It's time to leave. Alright, it's time for a new adventure. We're finally here. We finally survived the island. And we made it to Scorched Earth. Also, it looks like it might be a little bit stormy right now. At least weather-wise, we're doing alright, I guess. So I did transfer over my character, but I did mind wipe, so we have no engrams, which means we have a lot of points. There's so much new stuff. I am very excited to get this whole adventure going. And yeah, see where Scorch brings us and what cool things we can build. There's a bunch of new stuff in here that will make building very, very exciting. Time to get the adventure started. First off, tribing up with my friends so that we can find each other a little bit more easily. Then it was time to do the most important thing, get a Jerboa. Pretty much invincible once you get those. So after a couple of very friendly hugs, he became my best friend and we're off on this perfect adventure. Then all of a sudden, storm came in and luckily also the storm passed. Nothing can beat us with the Jerboa. Not naming him yet, just waiting until we have a safe place to call home. Then I got attacked. Yeah, I got arced instantly by this saber-tooth. Tried to fight back, but yeah. Luckily we did not name him yet. So of course, had to get a new one and continue my journey. Jerboa, let's go. So yeah, I was heading towards the green obelisk. But I got attacked again during a storm by a raptor this time. Very fun. Getting arced. It's so fun to start over the freshwater again. Feeling like a proper Bob out there in the world. Finally got a new friend again. Got another friend because you can never have enough of these. So this is the new plan. And we started gathering some stuff. Getting ourselves set up a little bit. Trying out a little bit of those new skins that are available with the Bob Telltales and have a lot of friends, which is a good start. Look at me. Hello. Oh god. This is not great. Help. I'm guessing we're taming these, or are we killing these? Wait, where's my... Oh, there it is. That's too far away, but this one is knocked. I don't know if we wanted that. Level 85, that's decent enough. Okay, where the hell did that one go? But I don't have boas. Oh no, the terror bird is gonna kill it. You said get the other one. Okay. There we go. 2 knocked out raptors. Alright, we're off. Ready for some adventure. We finally have a mount. Things are about to change. As they would say, there's a new sheriff in these here parts. And he's still looking for some actual crystals so that I can finish my outfit. What level are you? Pretty decent levels, so honestly, if I kill you. And I go after the baby. There's a saber-tooth baby here as well. Oh no. No more Morellatops. No, why did you get in? Okay, the Morellatops is dead. Well. Oh God, no. Is that my baby? I think that might be my baby. Okay, so at least we have the saber-tooth. Oh no, why would you eat your own kind? Oh my God. They focused the babies as well. Oh my God, no, they both died. Oh. Wait, why are you attacking me? Oh God, I got a horse. Pass out. There we go. What the heck is happening around me? What the actual... What the hell? I feel like this is gonna be another mission where I'm gonna get very close with my baby. And it's gonna die. What the hell? Yeah, it's dead. It's already dead. It's already dead. Oh, I might be in trouble here. Oh, I'm definitely in trouble here. And I can't run. I can. Look at me. I'm the master. The build and the survive. Can I just place the tent over him? Does this work? It might work. It might actually work. No, it doesn't have the best. Oh my God. No. I think it killed it. Yeah, that's dead. I need help. I need backup. Well, that's one raptor down. Oh my God. Okay, after my chaotic adventures of trying to get some crystal and whatever we've done today, I finally got around and built a bigger adobe shack. So a little shack that was back there served us well enough for how long it had lasted. But now, finally, I built a proper little starter house here. I really like the new textures of the Bob Tall Tales pack. They look so good. Really got the Western feel, so I tried to go for like a quite simple cabin design that you can easily get together on the first day, and it's all adobe, so it should be good weather-wise, but it also looks pretty nice, I think. So we got a front porch, a back porch, and even some stables here on the side, which are kind of nice. I use these saloon doors as kind of like doors to the stables, kind of good. I'm planting my species Y here just to experiment. I'm not sure what they do. If you know, please let me know. But yeah, quite simple design. So we got a first floor here where we have a little bit of storage. I built this cool round saloon table, I think it's called, which also looks pretty nice. For the rest, it's pretty bare bones still because we're very early days. But yeah, this should do as well. We have a nice little back balcony as well. Porch looking out over the green obelisk here, which is quite a cool spot to build. Don't know if it's the best spot. Probably won't stay here, but as a first little base, it will definitely serve as well. We got a bunch of Jerboas here, a bunch of respawn beds. And yeah, that's all I do for this first little challenge. But yeah, I really love the new textures. I think you can definitely do some fun stuff with this. And I can't wait to play around with them more, see what we can achieve. I'll probably also be doing a bunch of Let's Builds and streams, etc. to really get a grasp of the new build system, the new build structures. So if you want to catch those, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on any of those. But I think for now, that is going to be it for this adventure. I think we have had quite a fast day of Scorched Earth, and I am super excited to get going, to build more in this beautiful new map, but also just to explore, tame, and do everything. So we'll have a mix of survival adventures, building, progress, and just cool builds. Everything combined. I think we'll have a great time out here. Today, I'm looking to become nomadic on Scorched Earth, and we're gonna do that by building a little wagon on a platform cart that you can have behind a dino. So all we need to do is find a dino and then build a cart. Should be easy, right? What could possibly go wrong on Scorched Earth? So I just found this pretty decent level, the Morella tops. Cool colors as well. I love the blue. So we're just gonna try and tame this guy. Should be doable here, just on the edge of the desert. Hopefully nothing bad happens. Okay, it's gotta go down sometime soon, I would think. Hopefully it doesn't go too far in the desert. All right, there we go. Oh, he's got some friends. Well, I guess we'll get rid of them first. Oh no, there was a baby. All right, look at me now. This guy's very cool. Unfortunately, though, I don't think they can have the cart, which is kind of a shame because I was really hoping to use it for that. This drinking animation is really cool. Her name is Juicy. She's got a lot of water in there, and she's kind of cool. And I have a feeling that we might be going on some more adventures today. I kind of tamed her with the idea of building the platform cart behind it and then building a little, you know, little cart base behind that. But apparently these can't actually have a cart because you're supposed to have the option here. We don't, unfortunately. So I need to look for a new tame that will actually allow me to have the cart there, because I already made it. I think it's somewhere in the base. So I think my preference is looking for a high-level horse, and even better if, well, it kind of has to have a kid, I guess, because I'm not really suited taming it. So I need to steal the baby. So I guess we're just gonna explore a bit, which is always great because the map is absolutely lovely and I haven't seen too much of it. Pretty much all I've seen, you've seen on the streams and videos. The alternative would be, I think Thylas can actually carry the cart as well. So a baby Thyla, I think that's a thing as well, would actually be a very good second option because Thylas can also protect themselves very well. Oh, these ruins are pretty cool. I'm still on the lookout for ruins because if you've followed the channel for a little bit, you know that I did like the ruin rebuilds on the island, and I definitely wouldn't mind doing that again. Did I already get that? I guess so, because it's open. But to be honest, there's so many cool build projects that I now want to do because we have so many new things. We have the Adobe structures that look pretty cool. We have, of course, the new Frontier skins that look amazing, that are very fun to build with as well. And I mean, we got the trains, we got the platforms, there's so much to do. We got the oasisaur that I also want to do a build on. I've got too many things that I want to do, and I also just want to, you know, play the game, do the surviving, because yeah, I mean, that's the reason I got Ascended in the first place. It wasn't really to build it in the first instance. It was just to get the game and play through all the maps and actually finish all the maps, because I never did that on Evolved. Oh, there's a baby Enki here. There's a horse. It's a horse. I don't know if it's got a baby, because that's kind of the even more difficult part, that I kind of needed to have a baby. Because I don't have carrots. And I don't think this one does. Oh, there's another horse. Only level 25. Damn it. Both don't appear to have any babies. Then we just need to get lucky. Oh, I think I see a horse. We either need to get lucky and find a horse with a baby. Ooh, 135. That's pretty damn good. And they are actually not being attacked for once. So maybe I just give it a go, but then I do... Meadow. Oh, does it have actually does have a baby? Oh my god. The baby's a different color, but that doesn't matter. Why can't I use my cryo? Is that because of the storm? So we'll just keep them... Oh, just wait and see it getting killed before I can get it. Come on. How much longer is this storm gonna take? It's so nerve-wracking. Because at any moment something could come and kill it. That is not me. This is of course the longest storm in existence, because I need it to go away now. Yeah, it's really never ending. It's because I want to kill a parent, isn't it? It's punishing me. You know, it looks like it's going towards the edge of the map over at the green op side, so you'd think it would be getting close to being... Oh god. Nope. It almost struck right here. The lightning storm might be over. There we go. Come on. Why do you make this so difficult? There we go. We got the baby. It's safe. Wait, well... Oh, that's a Microraptor, isn't it? Oh my god. Very exciting stuff. Nope. Oh god. Yeah, well, I guess Momo's gone. That's not great. There goes my lovely matching set of Jaboa, Morellotops, and me. Oh god, there he is, he's back. Okay, I would love to get a new Jaboa. This one looks really cool. But, oh god. Get on my raptor! Oh my god, look at how many freaking microraptors are here. There's like a swarm of them. Oh god. See, we're gonna be smart about this. We have the sleeping bag if we need to, but we're just gonna fly and we're gonna stay safe. We're gonna get all our stuff back and safely go home. Perfect plan. So I need to be over here. Okay. Like a tiny baby Jerboa. This Jerboa does have some nice colors. But should I get distracted here? Probably not. No, let's be smart about this. let's get these guys home. Okay, let's see. What are you doing, horse? How are you doing? You're 50%. So it's about 14% since we've been away for the boa. So yeah, this is going to take a while. Okay, we got the horse. We placed the cart. There we go. So it's a little weird if you're turning because it just stays directly behind, but otherwise it's got some pretty good physics and it looks really, really cool. Like, look at this. Who would have thought that we would get this in ARK? You know, just a little card behind your tame. Yeah, it's just the turning that looks a little bit weird. But other than that, look at this. You can have like a little door here at the end. Probably want a door here on the side, actually. Obviously, I need a couple more. But this already is looking like a proper little cart, you know? I can definitely have a little home away from home on there. So I've done a little bit of tinkering and I've made myself a little home on wheels right here behind Mule. That's what I decided to call him. I didn't really know my name. If you got a better name, I might change it because Mule feels also a little bit like an insult. And it definitely isn't because this is my home on wheels. So it's a nice and cozy little wagon behind my horse. You can see I did some ramps as roofs and then a bunch of the railings as supports and stuff. I just had to move it out of the way because this guy's just stressing out for nothing. But yeah, you can see we can get in right here. I've got a little bit of storage, some treasure chests because they look really cool. So I figured let's take them. I've got a smithy, I've got a working forge, a bed on the road. I've got some seeds for if someone wants to join me. Also, it would be really cool if I could sit here and still control the horse, because then it would look like a proper little wagon. But yeah, this actually works perfectly, and to be honest, it looks pretty good. You do want to probably drive this mostly in first person, just because otherwise it can become hard to see. But yeah, if you're going in a straight line, it looks very nice. It only looks a little bit weird as soon as you start turning, because the thing always stays behind you. But other than that, like, the physics are pretty decent. Really cool. Oh, almost knocked over there for the tree. But yeah, overall, just a really cool mechanic. And I definitely think this can come in quite useful to move around, always have a bed on you, and it looks cool as well. It definitely fits with the Western vibe. And I will definitely be using my little home on wheels, and we can be a proper nomad now, go out there, explore the world on our little new home, and eventually make our way to our western town. we're continuing our adventure in Scorched Earth. After first setting up our little starter base with the small little stables, we're ready to look for a better place to set a base, maybe find some nice ruins to rebuild, as well as something very important on my mind. We've flown by the scar where the wyverns spawn a couple of times, and they keep calling out to me, as the great Wyvern King himself would say back in his day. We need a wyvern, and we're gonna try and do it on a moth. Let's get this adventure rolling. Let's get a little bit closer, and let's take a little look at what one of our bases is gonna be like. Right here on the edge of the desert, start of the desert. Got some big dunes right next to us. And there is a lot of ruins here. Alright, so yeah, here we go. There's a pretty big ruin, as you can see. It's basically a big town. We have some ruins over here. All sorts of buildings that could be rebuilt into new structures. I actually also like that they have like some kind of road structure in place, which makes for a very cool place. There's also a bunch of explorer nodes here. You have a node over here. There's a node on top of this one. There's also a node in here, but that's one of the new Bob ones, I think. So maybe not everyone can use those. I don't know. I don't know how that works. And then we have more ruins right over here. And as you can see, there it is. The first ruin has been rebuilt in ARK Survival Ascended. And well, on Scorched Earth, as you say. I've done many on ARK Survival Ascended, but not so many on Scorched Earth. So yeah, there we go. We have the first ruin rebuild, which is basically a new place to call home. A little bit of a bigger base, some more room for us. And what I did is, you have a little ruin here. There's a second ruin on top of here. I've tried to combine those. I've made a little place for dinos to be safe. And I've also integrated like this structure over here. I've placed the windmill over here to keep us safe as well. So I've done a lot of things trying to make this all work as one. So let's park our little moth down here. But there we go. This is the first ruin rebuild. So it's got a lot of different parts to it. A lot of different structures combined into one. First of all, we have a little windmill here, central to the town, which will help protect the generator. And also rebuild this little structure under here. But yeah, it's not really being used yet, of course. Don't know if it will, but I just figured it would be fun to integrate the things that we need to have, because these protect the generators, of course, into what I'm rebuilding for like the other structures. So yeah, that looks really nice already, I think. And then we have another rebuild project here. This is all foundations that I've placed in this courtyard. So you can actually use this entire courtyard to put down crafting stations, storage, whatever you want. You can just build in here like it is a room, but you're still out and about. So I thought that was very nice, and I managed to line it up pretty nicely with the existing ruin. And yeah, the adobe just blends in so well with the main structures. It's really nice, because before, of course, I used to do a lot of painting on the island, or at least in the second ruin base, to try and match it. But this saves so much time, just being able to do this. And it's also fun trying to do a little bit of a different style ruin rebuild. You can see this window lined up very nice as well. So yeah, this is one of the little buildings that we have. This again is all foundations, so we can build in there now. Then we actually have a little hidden passageway down here. So yeah, you have this hallway, and as you can see on the sign, this is towards our storage area. Is that actually on? Oh, I think it is. Yeah, it's hard to see during the day. But yeah, we got some storage right here when you come in, and some more storage right in here, hidden underneath. I found this after building, and I saw all my foundations clipping through the ceiling, because above this is another layer. So I placed some ceilings down to hide all that. And now we have this lovely little, lovely little storage area that is hidden away. And since we have the Pull-It mod on our private server, it's really easy to just get the resources into the crafting stations around, even if they're down in the basement. Oh, we have a storm coming in. I've not used any textures from the Frontier pack. Only this thing is from the Frontier Pack, and some of the decoration, of course, like the lamps and the hanging signs, but the textures and the roof and everything, that's all part of the normal Adobe structures. Let's go inside, because there's a storm brewing. Ah, finally, the storm's over. And yeah, I thought these beams sticking out fit the style. I'm trying to do a little bit of a different style to what I normally do for the ruins, trying to fit the vibe and fitting everything in. But yeah, I think so far I'm quite happy with the result. Let's quickly grab our moth so we can fly around. Yeah, I really love the signs from the Frontier Pack. They are really nice. So you can see the roof isn't lined up everywhere, but it kind of makes for a very interesting roof, to be honest. So yeah, a bit of a messy build, but I really love it. I like the texture of the new Adobe. I love this roof texture. It's really useful also for non-Adobe houses. Just having these tiles will be really good as a roof option. I might still do some painting, like I might paint the roofs, I don't know yet. This was just like the first little thing, throwing things together so that we have a little outpost here. As you can see, there's like so many little ruins everywhere. So I think we're gonna rebuild this as like a town. So I'm probably gonna make like, I don't know, this building is gonna be the blacksmith, and we're gonna have the forge in there, and you know, stuff like that. I think that's how we're gonna do it. And then probably here at the end, I'm gonna build the train station so that we can connect it up with the railroad network and connect the bases, because that's really something that I want to start doing as soon as possible. But yeah, this is really fun. And then of course we have the cave entrance right here in the, I think this is the church building or something. I don't know what it is in the lore, but yeah, you have the cave right here where you can just fly in. So probably I'll also make one last room right here, which will have some beds, so that if we do the cave, we can very easily just spawn back at the entrance. A good start, I would say, but this is quite a big run, quite a big place. Exciting to be on the edge of the desert. Every time I visit here, I see the new dino, the, what is it called, Fossilosuchus or something. And I really want to try and tame one soon. We kind of tried a little bit last stream. We took a little peek, but we didn't actually try it. So last stream, of course, we got the horse, and then we made the little cart, and afterwards we paid a little visit to the wyvern trench to see how many there were, and it wasn't that busy. So I think I'm gonna be actually stupid enough. Well, first off, I'm gonna check if I have stuff with me that I don't want to take with me. So we're gonna hop over to the wyvern trench. We're gonna take a little look, see if there's still not that many wyverns around. And then we're gonna try if Butterfree is up to the task. And also my nerves are up to the task. Because it is quite a stressful thing to do. But I think I figured out a way to do it, which is relatively safe. It's tried and tested on our community server. But I was quite lucky that time, because there were no wyverns close to me at all. So that might change. Ooh, there's another little ruin here. Yeah, see, there's a lot of these like small buildings all over the map. But
if I'd ended up in this
not all of them you can rebuild.
I'd have never.
Seems to be relatively. Oh, spoke too soon. There's a wyvern there. Also a nest down there. Okay, so overall it doesn't seem to be too crazy. Holy damn, look at the horse! Okay, I think my target is right about down there. It's probably wise to find the spot I'm looking for first, and then... Oh, there is a wyvern nest right there. Okay, let's see. So the wyvern nest is right behind us, but I think right here is the actual spot I'm looking for. Because, yeah, right here is where you have this little cave. And the wyverns They can't come in here. Also, I've never actually explored the rest of this cave to see what it is. Oh, there's an explorer note. Oh, we got the oasisaur. Okay, let's see. Level 20. Not having the best of luck here. Okay. Currently, I do not see any wyverns yet. That's, good, I guess. Okay. We got an egg. Not the best level, but it is an egg. Kind of need to throw away some stuff as well, because we're quite heavy. Shame we didn't see more eggs. Is this the green egg that we saw before? I think it is, yeah. So that's going to be a really low level. Well, I think we'll take this as a win. It might not be the highest level, but it's still a wyvern. And we'll come back another time to get some other ones, I guess. There we go, we got it. It's doing it. So exciting. Becoming a parent for the first time, or again, I should say. Momo is already here. Well, I guess I didn't raise you. Befriended you in the wild. There we go. Okay. Okay. Turn out these fires. Turn out all these fires, just in case. It's got some funky colors. Can you not move? Okay, come this way first. There we go. Get into this square so I can actually see you. Oh, look at him. He's actually got amazing colors. Oh, this was meant to be. Oh my lord, look at him. He's perfect. I will never doubt you again. I do kind of need some meat though. Oh, geez, I didn't think about this. Ooh, he's still alive. But he's only halfway, so yeah, this is going to take a while. And there we go. He's fully grown, and we can finally fly around on our first wyvern. Now, in between when we last saw me and we were waiting for this to grow up, we've done some more work on the base, which I'll show you pretty soon. But also we have a wyvern now, and we have a tactic to actually make this work and even get some more, maybe some different types and some cool colors, and of course the better levels, so we can have some proper cool wyverns, because oh my god, I've missed them, and they are so cool, and they will be a very cool addition to fly around this map on. And yeah, you can see a little teaser here. I've been working on setting up the railroad system I'm going to be using to connect all the bases that I will build on Scorched Earth. It's actually the start of my first ruin rebuild project here on this map. Of course, I did a few on the island, so I couldn't resist and not do one here. And we've decided to start rebuilding this little town on the edges of the dunes and the main map. So it's a really cool location, and of course also has the entrance to one of the artifact caves, I believe. So it's actually a really cool spot to turn into a base, because it will be both very convenient for once we do go down to those caves and get the artifacts and the drops inside, but also just because it's a very cool ruined town that we can fully rebuild and bring back to life. So these are the ruins that I will be rebuilding over the coming time, because it's quite a big project. Of course, there's a lot of ruins here. It's also a cave location, so makes for an interesting place to rebuild. I will say the big difference between these ruins here on Scorched and the island is that they are a little bit smaller, and there's also a lot of them that are a lot more complete. So basically this rebuild will turn this into the town it once was. It will also be my first build doing something with the Adobe textures and not changing them through to the frontier pack, so that will be fun as well. And I think it will be a cool challenge to try and turn this into a fully functioning base with basically having a lot of small buildings. So it will be like a full town, and we can have dedicated buildings for everything we do. So like a forge, like a blacksmith maybe, you know, stuff like that. Should be really fun. And it's also convenient because it's right on the edge of the central map. So you're leaving the safe zone, you're going into the dunes. So for all the stuff that we need to do out here is good. But also, of course, when we get to doing the caves, this will just be part of our base. I'll probably also build something in here. Maybe one last room down here, which will have some beds so you can easily respawn. And whenever you start doing the cave, you're pretty safe because you can spawn so close to it. I think that could be a really fun thing and a really useful thing as well. So yeah, this is one of my many projects, and one of the challenges besides rebuilding the ruins again is going to be adding a train station, because I'm trying to connect my bases with a train network. So I think I will use these two pillars, build a little platform, little train station right here on the edge of the town. But I can't wait to get started and probably do some of the ruins in this video already. As you can see, I've done some building here in the ruins, and we got our first buildings done. Yeah, it's quite fun building ruins again. Got a little room down here. Didn't really do much with it. It was more just so that I could place down the windmill over there to help protect the generator, but also just, you know, for the looks. I think it's nice that they repurposed this old ruin in this way. We also have a water tank to catch a little bit of rain that we get here in the desert. And then this courtyard is actually completely with foundations, so we can actually just place stuff here, have some crafting here, I don't know, whatever we want. It's basically just a building, but you're still outside. So a little courtyard, and then you have this building inside here as well that we can completely use. Then actually really cool, we got this little alleyway down to our storage room. So we got a bunch of storage down here, and since we use a pull-it mod in the server that we play on, we can just use all this stuff still above if we're crafting, etc. So it's actually really good. And the advantage of being in a basement means that you don't really feel any of the weather effects either. So really good place. I found that out at the end of my building session. And then we got the main building. So I tried to go for a slightly different style than what I usually do with the ruins rebuilds. And of course, it's my first time properly using Adobe as well. And I must say, I really do enjoy these new textures. I think we can do a lot with them. I'm not sure if I maybe want to try out some painting, maybe for the roofs especially. But I do really like the tile roof texture that we have. They really look quite nice. So I tried to add a little bit of details on the walls, different wall design as well with some thin pillars. And then we got a little overhang on the back, and we have a little dino pen here as well, just because it's still survival, so it needs to be practical as well. And it's also, it just fit in perfectly with the corner here. We had a little space left, which kind of felt like it was made to be a dino pen like this. All right, let's check out this main building. So we have the front door right over here where you can get in. We have the smithy. I haven't really decorated the entire place, but it's a start. You can see it's quite nice and cozy. Now, it didn't all line up, so I had to do some wizardry, some overlapping, some collisions to make it all happen. But yeah, you got a little nice layer over here. You got a back door onto the overhang part that we saw before, so you can look out over the dino pen. You can also move to your little side balcony that we have over here, just to enjoy a little bit of the view of the town. You can see that I'm also starting to work on the train system connecting all the different bases, which is a different project, but very exciting nonetheless. And then we got a little generator room. Well, we're actually not using it anymore, but this was the first generator room because I didn't really knew what else to do with it. But we might change it. And yeah, I brought over Species X from our island server because we have a little private cluster going because I was just getting tired of being attacked. So that is the way we protect ourselves right now. And then if we go inside, there's another layer that I built on top. So basically above the ruins to make it all work. And because these two parts actually don't line up fully, we have this roof, and then with the slight offset we have the second roof, so they don't perfectly line up, but it makes for a very interesting shape. Of course, I started doing a little bit of the decoration, and we have a front porch balcony here as well to really enjoy the view of the town and everything that is still yet to come and still yet to be rebuilt as well. We got a little funky design here with the wall that I really like, and then we got our bedroom to respawn in here as well. So it's not much, but it's a good start, I'd say, for a nice little base here out in the desert, in the dunes. It's actually a really cool location, just because there's a little village here full of ruins to rebuild, but also we have this main structure, which of course is also a cave entrance. So actually starting to work on this right now. So I filled in everything with foundations. We got our tech going on here. But yeah, this is really convenient because we have a lot of space to build on the inside. And since it's a private server, there's just two of us right now, maybe three of us in a little bit. It doesn't really matter. We're one tribe, so it's really easy to do. And this is just a really convenient, cool place to live at. So you can see right here, we have a little base going on. We actually have a little elevator going down and up here. So if you don't want to take the stairs every time, you can do that. But yeah, this cave just looks very, very cool. So we decided to turn it into our base. And yeah, so far we're just getting it started, but it does look really nice in my opinion already. There's a lot of space here, as you can see. So it's perfect to have a bit of a survival base going because it's just very practical with the amount of space that we have and the things that we can do. You see, you can easily fit in all the things that you need. I made this little house, which is right now just a place where I could put some beds. You can see it's mostly just rocks from the cave, so it's not really the ideal shape to actually have more than that, but it makes for a great place to have some beds, which again is very useful because if we started running this cave for the drops, for the artifacts I assume that are in here, we can just always respawn right at our base, which of course is very, very convenient. So yeah, I really like this as a very unique little base spot. Besides, of course, rebuilding all the ruins on top. And who knows, maybe all this desert town needs is another little pyramid on the outskirts as a real landmark for this place. So maybe once we're a little bit further in with the rebuilding of all the ruins, we might just add a little pyramid on the skyline, you know? Why not? Have a real proper landmark. But yeah, as you can see, I've started bringing in the rail network that will connect all the bases here on Scorched. You can see what I'm using to kind of support them. So at the end of every rail that doesn't want to be extended anymore, I add pillars. I'm actually using metal pillars for that, just that they are less likely to be destroyed. And then scaffolding in between to make it look pretty nice, I'd say. It's a little bit funky the way the rail system works and it can connect to each other, but I think I'm getting down a pretty nice line. So we have actually a split over there so that we can have one going back into the mainland and probably go to the center hub where I'm gonna build where I'm building a western town. And then this one splits off, which is probably gonna be the circle around the map on the edge of the dunes. And this, I'm thinking of actually just making the train station right on top of this building. Maybe extend, build something on top of here. And then we can just have a place where we can hop on, hop off right from the top of this place. Today, I actually want to try and tame the oasisaur. I've brought over some preparations to get that done. And I've also been working on the desert ruined town, as well as a little bit work on the train railroad system in the background. But the most focus will go to getting the oasisaur and getting a base built on it. Today we have a very important mission, but also some updates. I've moved over my home on wheels here to the ruins because this is kind of a main base now. I'm also working on expanding this base. I'll probably show you a little bit more later. But first off, we're gonna do something quite important. I'm gonna need this guy, but I'm also gonna need this guy. Yeah, I brought over one of the gigas I had on the island. Not to use, because that would be kind of cheating. But, yep, I'm just gonna put it on fire a bit until it dies. And then I'm gonna try and tame the oasisaur. Oh yeah, this is quite painful. But this is quite a high level giga. It's over 200. So it might be a little bit of a waste. But otherwise, I'm probably not gonna use this giga ever again. Because it's just sitting in cryo on the island. But this will allow me, hopefully, to make the process of getting the oasisaur a little bit easier. Now, I believe that if I harvest this, I actually get a soul. There we go. The Giga Soul. That's what we need. Okay, so I think that's everything that we need. I have some decent-ish weapons from some drops. We're gonna see if that's enough. Okay, we should actually be quite lucky because right here is our base, and I think over this hill there should be an oasisaur flying around somewhere, or at least there was an oasisaur somewhere around here. That's why I got the idea of taming it, so I really hope it's still out here. There we go! We found it! It's hovering over there. It's actually a cool one because it's with like some jungle trees, some palm trees, which was one I wanted, one with a little bit of nice, you know, shrubbery on top. And I think this one is actually pretty cool. It's got some funky colors down as well. I think that might be due to our coloring mod, but that's all right. Because, you know, we're just gonna go for this one. All right, so we're now just taking a ride. And I think if I place down my Giga in here, this whole mini game is going to start. So yeah, we're gonna see if we can get this done. I think there's a couple of waves that should be coming in, and we're just gonna try and clear that all. So I'm just gonna make sure that I reload after every kill so that we have plenty of ways to do this. Oh god. Okay, yeah, Fox, you can help for sure. That will be a great addition to our team. Don't see anything coming in right now. There we go. There's... There we go. Oh, there we go! Damn! Baby Giga reborn. So I guess it does really help getting a good tame out for this. That was, I'm not gonna lie, a little bit faster than I had expected. I was kind of worried that I didn't have like the best weapons for this. But seems like it was fine. Well, the Gigas actually been reborn. I thought they died when taming them, but I guess it didn't. And now we've got this big thing to do a build on. So yeah, expect one of the future videos is going to be me doing a let's build on this. That's going to be exciting, I think. And apparently we still have the baby Giga. I'm not going to use it because I know Gigas aren't on this map, so we're not going to have it. But still, it's quite exciting to finally have the oasisaur. I'm going to do a build. I know the build limit isn't too great on these. I don't know if I've got a boosted build limit on these platforms on my server. I don't think so. But we'll see what kind of build we can do. Probably something not too big to keep it to what you can normally do. But yeah, this is quite a fun look. So we got a little bit of like a yellowish bottom with some pink all the way underneath, and then a bright red head, which is actually quite fun. And I love the way that you just sit there chilling inside of the pool when you're driving these around. Yeah, definitely a big fantasy thing. But yeah, actually quite surprised that it went this smoothly. I was not expecting that at all. So yeah, now I need to get some inspiration of what to actually build on top of these. I think I've got a few ideas, but yeah, this will be very exciting to try out. I'm just gonna go and park it over here at this base for now. I think we should be able to. There we go. Okay, well, we're gonna cryo the Giga and I'm gonna bring that back home. That's going back to the island, but yeah, this is our new friend, a new addition. Damn, they are quite huge. You kind of forget how big they are when you're on top of it. Like, it kind of all fades into one, but seeing them like next to this base, you clearly see how insanely big they are. So yeah, this is going to be fun. They are quite slow, so I'm not quite sure how much I'll be using this base to move around. I feel like if I actually build a train base, that will be much cooler. But I guess this can take me anywhere. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe what I'll do is I'll build a little shack on top with some storage, some smelting, stuff like that. And I'm parking somewhere close to some valuable resources, so we can teleport with the bed and then just go mine some resources. We'll have some duties and Ankies on him and stuff like that. That could be a good way to use him. Okay, let's give a little bit of a process update of the base. I've been working very hard. I've actually completed a full loop of the train tracks. I haven't started detailing the train tracks yet. I'll do that very soon. This is going to be where I will be building a train station here for this base. I've started a little bit more rebuilding over here, but most of these ruins are actually quite small. So all the builds here are actually quite small. I also don't know how much of these rooms we're actually gonna use because it's just so tiny. It's hard to fit anything in them unless I all build them up way higher than the proper ruins are. But some of them, that's not even an option because, or not really an option because like they just have like a top like this, basically blocking the ability to easily build some more. But our actual main base is down here and we can definitely do some more on this layer as well. But right in here, well, yeah, my teammate is also, tribe mate's also breeding a lot of dragons, as you can see, wyverns, sorry, to get the best stats and some cool colors. So we're definitely doing that. But yeah, this is actually a very lovely base that we have going on here. There's a lot of room here. There's a little sleeping quarters over here. And we added a little bit of tech so that we can easily transfer to the island. I've been doing some building, but yeah, let's just check out the whole place overall. I've been working on rebuilding more of the ruins slowly but surely. We've also been hunting for some wyvern eggs, and I really like the color on my fire wyvern over here. Yeah, it's definitely my favorite right now, but I'm still looking out for getting the maximum levels and just, you know, getting some more cool colors. I also actually really like the color of this one. That's my tribe mates. That one. Oh, both of them are really cool. But this one is a little bit more like the bright in your face. And that's a little bit more toned down. But both are beautiful blue colors. But I wanted to really talk about the giant Mr. Krabs in the room. Because yes, meet Mr. Krabs. I don't think I've said his name. But that's Mr. Krabs. Okay. I'm gonna take Fox and Momo over there. And we're just gonna park right here. So I've been doing a little build here on my oasisaur. This is gonna be my mobile base, I guess. We've got a little gazebo here to just hang out and to enjoy the views. And I also have a little windmill here. I don't know why actually, because I didn't end up placing down a generator. Maybe I should have, but I went a little bit crazy with the decorations and now I have no limit left. So yeah, we have a nice little couch where we can check out the map. We have a little table to hang out with friends. We can play some music. We have a little bit of storage. We got more storage down here. Maybe I get rid of like this one to place down a generator somewhere. And we got some smelting ability. So basically, we should be able to do most things here, at least the basic things. But yeah, we hit the limit. But it is quite a cool build, I think. It's fun to do a little bit of a different style again, because I've been so much doing the Frontier style or the Adobe builds right here. So this is a nice callback to the Japanese castle that I did in a tutorial a while back. And there will also be a tutorial up for this entire oasisaur base pretty soon as well. But yeah, this should be good. We should be able to just, you know, hang out. Get all the resources from this guy, because that's also really nice, and just chill out whenever we're going on an adventure with this guy. I'm not sure when we will, but I'm glad I have it, and we have a little base on him right now. And yeah, you're great, Mr. Krabs. I really love that we were able to get you. Of course, we made it a little bit easier by grabbing the Giga. I really didn't think that even with the Giga, it would have gone that fast. We have some boosted rates, but usually not that crazy. But yeah, it has been fun. You know what hasn't been fun? Trying to tame a Phaseolus, because that thing is insane. And I've tried a couple of times. I will include the clips after this. But I just can't seem to do it right. Like, I get barely any torpor at all. Even with the salt things, I just don't know what to do. So if you have any suggestions or tips on how to get a Phaseolus a little bit quicker, or the best way to do it, please let me know. Because I would love to tame one and check it out. But right now, yeah, I just don't know how to do it. Okay, so I kind of want to tame another new dino here. And I'm not sure what level this is, but we'll just give it a go. See if we can get this to work. Nope. Oh boy. Sandworm. Wasn't really the creature I was looking for today. Just behind it, that's the one I was actually looking for. But I guess now got one of these guys to take care of. I wish I was out of my wyvern right now. I don't know how strong these things are, but it seems like I'm doing a pretty decent job here. Yeah, you're no match for our Argentavises. Well, I guess this is going to be a little detour, but at least we'll be able to get the horn from these guys, and we might be able to get a mantis with them. There we go. That was a fun little adventure. And I'm not sure if this is gonna work, but we're gonna try. It's a level 10. Well, I guess it will be good practice. Yeah. Well, maybe then this won't be too difficult. That did not add a lot at all. Not gonna lie, this isn't really adding any sort of torpor that I would like to see being added. Oh well. Oh well. I think this is not going to be the one. Yep. We'll try it again. We'll try again someday. This is going to be more difficult than I thought. There we go, and it's a level 125. That is already a ton better than the first one we saw. Now only, hopefully we can get also a little bit more torpor per rock that we run into. Well, at least there is a bunch of rocks, but they do not seem to add that much torpor at all. Yeah, this might take a very long time. Yeah, this is gonna take a long time. Well, it's another not so successful mission, but I also feel like they just don't gain that much torpor at all. So we might have to look into a different strategy for these. Because that would have taken me all day, I feel like. Like, he was gaining nothing at all. And I've done a bunch of rebuilding more ruins to grow this base into something really cool. And the fun fact actually is that all of the things that I'm building above ground is mostly just cosmetic, because our actual main base is underground in the cave. Which is actually really convenient because the weather has no effect, and it's also a really cool place. So let's take a look around. All right, there we go. We have just arrived at the desert ruins, and as you can see, a whole lot has changed since the first video I made on this. It has definitely grown quite a bit since then. We're almost done, or I'm almost done, rebuilding this first part of the ruins, and then of course we have all that to go, and also building a train station so we can link it up with my train network. But yeah, it's definitely growing and it's starting to look quite nice. I'm quite happy with the way it's turning out so far. Actually, it's a really cool place to build and just to live at. My only little gripe with this is that most of these buildings are actually quite small, so you end up with a lot of these spots where it's just very small buildings, which is fine to some extent, because I mean, these buildings are a nice way to add in some simple, quick little details, but it's most of the ruins that are so small, so it's actually quite difficult to get some interesting buildings together. But still, I think we made it work, and especially here, the work on the front, creating some kind of gate to the town, has turned out really nice in my opinion. So let's get off Forks, let's park her right here, and let's take a little tour of the town so far. And of course, we can only start right here at the front. So this is the current front view of the ruins, and I really enjoy what that looks like. There's one more little ruin that we're gonna have to rebuild right there, and one over here as well. But other than that, this front view is pretty much done. So you've got the first layer of stairs to get up here. You got a small little stable with the most beautiful thorny dragon just chilling out here right at the front gate. So yeah, I decided to add in this little gate just because it was kind of like a perfect fit here, and it makes this look like a proper little entrance. And this is kind of like the gatehouse or guard post defending or just securing the entrance to the main street of the town. So we got like a little watchtower there, got another one over there as well. Actually need to add the same little roof design to that window as well now that I think of it. But yeah, it looks really nice. And the fun part about this build is there's these alleyways everywhere. You've got these fun little ways to get up and to buildings. Now they don't really have any interior anywhere because we're most likely not really going to use them as buildings themselves. So I'm not going to add interiors everywhere because that would just add a bunch of unnecessary items and maybe even lag. Maybe not necessary for me because my PC is quite strong, but to think about my tribe mates as well. But yeah, as you can see, there's a bunch of these little walkways to connect everything together. You got these rooms here, like little simple ones. Another building over here. And I really love all these little walkways connecting everything. Got another room here. This one does have the little roof going on. You can go all the way around it as well to another little courtyard. We got the stables there. We'll take a closer look to that in a little bit. But yeah, I love all these little walkways and passageways. Really feels like the place is an actual city that is lived in. That has its own little narrow streets and everything. So yeah, this is the main entrance. Very cool. We got a bunch of these buildings with these little courtyards that add a nice little touch to the buildings as well. So this is part of the guard post right here. So you got the little courtyard with some shade. Got a little alleyway, a stair to go, or a ladder to go up. And then the little overhang right here. And even another little stable right to the side. I really like adding these in because they add a little bit of different shapes to the otherwise quite square buildings, and they add shade for animals, which seems like a very logical thing to have here in the desert. We got my cart standing here in Main Street as well to bring the streets to life even more. And yeah, of course you can't have a proper street without some decorative wyverns. No, just kidding. This is my newly bred wyvern that my tribe made. She made a very cool looking color. Really love this. With the white belly as well, and apparently also some pretty good stats. So this is gonna be my new mounts. Say hello to Smaug. Of course, had to go for that name for one of the wyverns, so that's gonna be it. And then this one, of course, is the part that we did in the last video as well. The bigger building, what I at that point thought was gonna be on main base, but it didn't end up being it. A little windmill here as well. Some small building here, and then we got these stables here where I'm breeding up some horses. So we got a couple of horses here in the stables looking really nice and cozy. I love when you think of like a function that you really need for a building, because then you can design the whole thing around that, and that really turned out very nicely over here. Got some more small buildings here, and then the tiny ones down there again that we just saw. And I think I'm gonna be adding a couple more of these things to bring some extra life to the town as well, because it just feels like the town is being used if you have some of those. Especially here in the desert, it makes sense to have a couple of those water places. But yeah, this part here at the front has quickly become somewhat of my favorite, because I really like the way that we added those new structures, and these little details are just really cool. And I didn't really plan on making like a gate here at all, but it just kind of happened. And if you want to see my process for how I build these ruins, or how I get these structures connected up and bring everything together, I actually did most of this on one of my latest streams. So you can still watch that back on the channel as well and get a better understanding of how I do this. Because for most of these buildings, since it is rebuilding an existing structure, it's actually kind of difficult to make it into a tutorial, because it really depends on the exact placement of the first foundation, because everything kind of snaps to that. So if you are interested in rebuilding your own ruins, I would definitely recommend checking out that stream, so you can get a little bit of a better look at my process, my thoughts during building these ruins, and just seeing how everything slowly comes together. Now, just for completion, of course, we do have some cool rooms here as well. This little alleyway is one of my favorites as well. Leads to a little storage room in here. And I actually need some more ideas for our main base because we've got this structure. Now, I might at some point attempt to do some building on top of this. The only problem with that is that it doesn't quite line up with foundation. So it's quite hard to make it into a proper building like that, unfortunately. But of course, we also have the entire inside of this structure that I still need to decorate more because it's quite empty. So if you've got any cool suggestions or ideas of things that I should definitely be adding in here, they are more than welcome because I don't really know what to do with this. Besides our very helpful board that my tribe mate made, she made all of these. These are the perfect descriptions for the sounds that these little jaboas make. And of course, he's not going to make a noise now because he's now under pressure. But this is translations for what they mean, and they can't be more clear than this. So that's going to be really helpful. If you can decipher that, you're... Ooh, look at these. We've got some air conditioning right here. But yeah, this is our main base down here in the cave, and it's so cool. Such a cool atmosphere. It's a little bit of like a teaser almost for what we can do in Aberration. Besides that, there's a lot less cool light features here, but it's just very convenient because we've got a lot of space. TribeMate is spending a lot of time breeding up wyverns, making them with good stats. We're also breeding up some thylas for the caverns. Oh my god, this is actually a really cool color combination. That looks quite cool. But yeah, it's just really convenient, and this is so that we can transport back to the island if we need to grab anything there. But yeah, this is coming together quite nicely. This is just a very functional base, very practical, which is the best for survival, of course. And then I can just do my thing up there, making it all look good. So yeah, that pretty much sums up what we've got going on here in these desert ruins so far. I definitely am enjoying myself, and I think I've built some pretty nice ruins. It's kind of difficult compared to what I did on the island. These are definitely a lot smaller, which sometimes makes it a little bit harder to make something cool or practical out of it. But especially here on the front, I think we more than managed to do something very interesting. So I've got a couple more buildings that I need to rebuild over here, mostly smaller ones, so nothing too exciting, I think. One of these, I actually want to make sure that I've got like a stable for my oasisaurs. But of course, I also have this entire part of town as well with some more structures. Also mostly smaller ruins with some room for maybe some bigger builds. Maybe this one could be a little bit bigger. Maybe that can have the oasisaurs stables, or we'll see what we can do over here. But there's definitely some fun to be had still here. And then this is going to be the train station, so that we can take the train to all the other different bases that I end up building. But yeah, this place definitely coming together. I'm really enjoying this process. I am building a western town on Scorched Earth using a lot of the things that are in the Bob Tallstill adventure pack available for this map. And I think especially for building, this is a great DLC. I think it's definitely worth the price if you enjoy building a lot. We have the new building textures giving us a lot of new options. We got a bunch of cool items to decorate, and some that actually have some use, like different kind of lamps, the windmill, the water tank. There's a lot of cool stuff here, and of course I had to go and try and make my own little western town. Now it's not done yet, far from it actually, but I do want to show you the progress that I've made over the past 2 weeks in some of my live streams and in between as well. So let's get started in my western town, and please do leave some name suggestions down in the comments below, because I need to name this town. And I probably also need to start naming the saloon, the stores, etc. I need some good names. So if you have any, please leave them down below. And if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to leave the like, subscribe if you haven't already. And if you want to support me even more, you can always consider becoming a member. And there we go. We are here in my western town. This is the first part of the main street, which is now completely done building wise. I probably will slowly add more decorations over time, but we got a whole nice street here to look at with a couple of different buildings, shops, bank, hotel, whatever. We've got some normal homes, and of course we've got the saloon as well. The highlight, of course, the center of town. This is actually gonna be like a town square, so there's gonna be streets in multiple directions from here. The train station is over there, but of course we had to have a nice and big saloon. This is actually based on a saloon from a game that I used to play a lot, Hunt Showdown, in Lower the Cell. They had this cool saloon and had a bunch of shootouts in here. So I figured, you know, if I'm gonna build a saloon, might as well try to make it somewhat represented, at least from this outside shot especially. This is actually a saloon that I have done a tutorial for, so you can check this out if you want to build it yourself. You got a nice little front porch here with some details along the way, and we got an interior. It's quite dark in here because I haven't turned on the generator yet, but it is also a nice and cozy interior. I think we got a little lounge over here with some chairs and sofas. We got some diner tables. Of course, we also have a piano for some music. Got another table over here, and then some kind of bar over here as well with the tables being used, and just a bunch of props around, and even a couple of plants, you know, to bring it all to life. Then we got the second floor, which is definitely where the fun happens. We got a couple of poker tables, some relaxing chairs to sit around, some plants to bring it all to life. Yeah, very cozy, I think, and probably a very nice place to just hang out, relax, and play some poker with some friends. We got a little walkway here on the front, of course, that we just saw. We have the big windows, etc. And we actually also have access to the back here as well, where there is another little walkway down here, and also a big water tower to make sure that there is plenty of water in the town as well. So yeah, just a raised up platform. You can actually walk around the water tower as well, so you can access it. And there's a little ladder going up right here. Now, what I really wanted for this town was some cool little alleyways in between buildings, of course, and having the buildings somewhat connected. So here there's a loose connection, like they're close together. We have some alleyways. These are completely connected. And then the other side of the street is just fully connected from start to finish. And we actually have got some guests in town as well. So, yeah, you know, see, it's very popular Western town. So we got the hotel here, which does have some sort of interior. So we have the little, you know, reception area, I guess. And then we got a couple of simple rooms down here. Just very bare bones, but you know, it's the minimum. Got the fancy room over here with a little private lounge, a little desk, and you have access to your own private balcony where you can look out over town and really enjoy your time over here. Really happy with all the new detail pieces that we've gotten to just decorate our town and our buildings with, which is not only going to be great here, it's always going to be great to have these extra pieces available to decorate stuff with, because it's just so much easier to bring a build to life if you've got some different options for decor. So yeah, you can see it here as well, just to fill in the alleyways, giving them a little bit of detail. So these are just two normal houses of people that are living here. They don't have an interior because I don't want to do every interior if I'm not going to use it. But I do want to have the details on the outside, especially so that when you're walking around in town, you really feel like the place is alive. And we have a little stables here on the side at the end of the street, which will lead off to probably maybe some mining areas or some farm areas, stuff like that. And then we have the other side of the street. Now, there's a couple of buildings down here. Again, at the end, we have a normal house. These are the textures flipped around to make a bigger difference between the two buildings. You can also see that I've been painting them. I've so far been using 3 different colors, the green, the blue, and the red color. I'll show the exact color names on screen right now. Please, hopefully I did remind myself to do this. Otherwise, I'll post a comment and pin them down below. But yeah, I think it helps, you know, making all the buildings feel slightly different and adding some extra color to the town. So we got a normal first house over here. Actually really like that, especially from the back as well, because we got this long window ending in this little round shape, which is one of my favorite new textures from this Frontier pack. Yeah, but you can actually see that we have all completed backs, and especially for this street, the backs are actually pretty nice because there might just be another street down here as well. Not sure if I'll build like buildings together here. We'll see, but yeah, there will definitely be more streets around town. Then we've got an undertaker, so we have a bunch of gravestones, we got coffins and stuff like that just for decorations, but also giving us a lot of spawn points, I guess, to spawn here. And there's an extra supply here down the alleyway, and then even more back here as well. Yeah, just really nice to be able to add all these details, and I think it looks really nice and just gives a lot of life to a building like this. And then upstairs it's going to be the living quarters for whoever's running the shop as well. Haven't done any of the interiors yet, as I mentioned before. Then we got the gun shop, very important of course. Probably gonna add some interior to this and have a little bit of crafting available there. Maybe make sure that if I do use this as a base at some point, I can have like that I have all the crafting stations that I need in here for the gunpowder and the guns, etc. I think that would be really fun to have. Then we have a smaller store next to it. It's the general store, just, you know, some odd bits and bobs that you can buy here, and just a nice little design as well. And then we got the bank, of course. Gotta have a bank in a western town like this. The upstairs is probably the important offices, and then down here is where the actual bank would be. So here would probably be some of those, you know, you would ask to deposit or to get your money out. And then this is where the vaults would be. But yeah, as you see, I haven't really done much of the interiors because I just wanted to get this whole town started. But yeah, overall, I'm quite happy with all these buildings. These are all mostly facades, like a lot of these buildings have just flat backs. This one, of course, the gun shop being the biggest, it actually has a somewhat normal roof than the other one as well. And that one is a little bit of a combination of both. Like, I was gonna make it flat, but then I wanted to have a rounded window, so we made it into something a little bit more special. And there we got mostly flat roofs as well, but I do try to add in a little bit of detail. So here we have some ramps to just slightly raise this up, but I mean, it's just for show. There's not using that necessarily on the inside. And this one is completely flat, but we do actually have a little plank so that you could go to the other roof, so we could actually also have like a proper shootout from the roofs in my western town if I wanted to. And you can also do some parkour and go from roof to rooftop, yeah, which should be really fun. And then on top of the saloon, I currently have the generator and the bell, but we'll see if we actually will keep that here if we do end up using it as a proper base at some point, which I kind of want to, especially if it's going to be a proper little town, complete little town. I think it's going to be really fun to live here for a while, but we'll see, because we also have a really cool main base. And then you can see up over there, that's where I'm working on the train station. It's not done at all. Let's try and get up there, but yeah, it's still very much a work in progress. It's also on the next layer, so you can see it's quite high, but there's a couple of these stairways to get up to the station, and eventually I'll be sure to have some kind of connection to the main street as well. We got a couple of platforms because this is the central station for my entire server. So we got this first platform here, which is also the biggest one, and you can see it extends here by quite a bit. This is where I'm gonna be building the main train station, the central station, the main building to have. And this is just gonna be, you know, track numero uno. This is the most important track on this whole train station, on this whole map. That's going to be the main line, and then we have yeah, the second platform right here in between the tracks, and we got the first little train here that we did on the live stream as well. And then we have the last track for the other side, because this is actually a double track. So right now this is my train. It's a little bit glitched, as you can see. If you don't load the area and then you come flying in, sometimes it it glitches a little bit, but you just reattach the carts and they're all fine and good to go. Eventually I'll be having more tracks, of course, going everywhere. This little loop that we have right now with the first main line actually goes to the Desert Ruins base that I'm building, and then also past our little starter base along the way if you want to. So that's actually the first loop, and I'm working on actually doing all these little details, adding all these scaffolding pillars in, making it look a little bit better than just having the random thin pillars everywhere. But it's definitely a work in process because it just takes so damn long to get that everywhere and do that everywhere. Normally you need, of course, the pillars after every 2 tracks. You can see that right here, they're quite close. But if you've placed them down, you can actually remove the middle one, and then that saves you a lot of time and materials placing them all down. But yeah, there's definitely still a lot to do. I want to just add the train station in, of course, but then also extend the main street. We need a sheriff still, a jail house. We need a bunch of shops. I have a whole list of suggestions that people have left, but feel free to add some more and I'll see if they're already on there or not. Like, there's a bunch of different shops, of course, that I still want to add to the streets as well, and just making it feel more like a little town. And then probably on the outskirts, just outside of it, I might try to have like a little mining entrance as well, and then maybe even a like bigger barn for storing dinos, etc, etc. And then the most challenging part that I haven't really thought of right now, I'm just building here in creative. I don't really do anything else here, so it's fine. But I need to figure out a way to keep it safe without dinos just coming in and destroying things, without having just to put down a major wall, because that will definitely not feel right for this town. So I guess we'll have a bunch of species X to plant, or a bunch of turrets, and make like an unlimited amount of bullets just to power all the turrets of something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll get something going. But I'm definitely very happy with the look so far, and I can't wait to see this project grow over the next few weeks and months, maybe even, to a proper big western town. It's gonna be really cool. Today we have a bunch of things to do. We'll have another attempt at taming the Fascilosuchus. We'll finally do the very cave that we build our base in and try to get the artifact, and a bunch of other things, as well as expanding the rebuild project of these ruins. And as you can see, there's definitely a bunch of new additions here, because this wasn't here before. We have a whole new front to this town. This was all done during one of my live streams, so be sure to be subscribed and maybe turn on notifications or join my Discord so you're alerted when I go live, because then you can follow the process of rebuilding this whole place, and as well as other fun things like the western town. And you can see it's finally almost a real street. We only need a few buildings here on the left side of the street, and then we're completely done. But with this front gate and this little guard post that I created, we really have a great new addition to the town, and it really makes it feel like a proper town that is alive again. We have a little guard post with a nice view from here, as well as a bunch of plants to keep us safe. The gate, it's a little bit of a it looks good here. It definitely does look good here in place. It's not very useful, of course, because we have no gates or walls around the place, so you can still come from the other side, but from there it looks really, really fun. Besides that, my tribe mate, she's been breeding wyverns. Now we have this amazing looking color. Well, this is actually Barry, so he's not mine, or she, I don't actually know, but mine is right over there. But yeah, I just parked them over there. They're keeping safe that. We still need to make a train station here as well, but first we have a bunch of fun stuff to do right here in this cave. Okay, so I want a decent tame for in caves, and I found a max level Thyla. Unfortunately, there's no baby, so we're gonna have to do this the normal way. Probably should have made a trap, but kind of just wanted to get this done. It's got a pretty cool color as well, like the full black. Quite nice. I'm gonna need to pick up some more arrows, but I think I've got some more in my wyvern. Okay, got some extra arrows before it starts running away. It did start moving again, though. Please keep getting stuck there. There we go, there we go. It's asleep. And now we just need to get some prime meat. And we'll give it to him. Yeah, I love this color. Now we just need to find a good female. And we should be set up with some decent cave mounts. Okay, so I'm gonna do another attempt at this cave. But this time I think I've got a better tactic at being able to actually do this. Also, I placed down a little door here. Because, yeah, we had like a rubble golem here and I just wanted to make sure that we weren't being followed inside our base. So I think I've got a pretty good plan here. I've got a grappling hook with me. We'll see if we can make that work. Thyla should be fine. He should be easily be able to manage all these crew guys in here. Oh yeah, I think there's stuff on top there. It's coming after me now, of course there is. Okay, clearing out these rooms definitely is not the problem. These Thylas, my trap mate has been breeding them all up and they are pretty dang strong. And I've taken this one into the caves a couple of times just to get some of the drops, see if we can get some decent blueprints for like better desert gear and stuff like that. But so far, ooh, that might be a pretty damn good crossbow. That's always going to be good. But a good crossbow blueprint is always very much welcome, I'd say. Let's just clear out all of these guys. It's a bit busy. But yeah, I've not taken any armor with me just on purpose because half of these mobs in here, dinos in here, are always invisible to me. So I end up losing my armor anyway. Might as well not bring any. Don't really need it that much. Until I get off, of course. Then I might regret it. But we'll see what we can do in here. Okay, next room. Unfortunately, no drop here right now. That's not great. Well, we should be able to take care of these guys all very easily. Yeah, these Thylas are definitely nice and strong, so these caves shouldn't be any problem dino-wise. Just the jumping might be a problem because these guys, they do not jump at all, not at all. Like they only move up, they don't move forward whatsoever, so I'm gonna have to see, but that's why I brought the grapplings as well. We can cryo the Thyla, hopefully, and just grapple our way across. Because I think there's an artifact in here somewhere. And yeah, of course we need to start collecting those as well. We want to do the boss fight. We completed the island. We need to complete this map as well. And oh, there we go. I should actually be strong enough just to take this guy on and just get him all the way down. I think the bleeding really helps with that. Jeez, this guy, he's tanking it for sure. But he is gonna crumble down. There we go. Alright, let's make sure to clear this entire room. So, there's this little jumpy parkour thing to get over to the other side. Which I've tried with the Thyla. Definitely does not work. So I could cryo and grapple across. And just want to see if there's any other way. Like, what's up here? Is this some... Oh, this is something. We might be able to just do some climbing here, actually. Ooh, there's a drop there. I like drops. This is a red one. That's very good. Oh, another rubble thing. Okay, these other things are kind of being annoying, so I just want to make sure get all that taken care of. And then we can focus on this guy. I mean, we should be fine. Got a lot of health on this Thyla. Got the bleeding damage, so realistically, I don't think it should be too much of a problem. We only lost like a quarter of our health so far in the entire cave. There we go. Yeah, let's see what this drop offers. I'd like the other shotgun. But it's good to know that the red drop spawns right here underneath our base. That certainly does the trick. Oh, this is already an artifact. That is quite exciting. Wait, what's this? Oh, a sword skin. I like that. Wait, I was gonna say it just came back instantly. Nice, we actually get a skin as well. Okay, and then we can place it right up there. The first artifact down. 2 or 3 more to go. I don't know. I'm new to Scorched, okay? Well, this is cool. We got the first one. That's exciting. You know what else is exciting? Catching a phoenix. It's a heat storm, and we've located a phoenix. So now we're taking turns to try and get some fire damage in to tame this thing. I've never seen them before. This is the first time. They are very cool, especially in this engine with the fire and the light. I think we're going to try and get some different colors after this, but first let's just try and get this thing, because they fly around. I find that going into first person helps a lot with, you know, seeing better if you're actually hitting them. Probably we should have built a trap, but we just spotted it flying around. We didn't have time or didn't want to wait for the next one. So we're just trying to do it in the air with both of us taking turns and getting stamina back after a little bit. There we go. We're so close. We're so close now. Come on. Just one or two more good hits. That's it. We got it. We actually got the phoenix. That's very exciting. This thing is super cool. Fire damage and everything, and yeah, I love the flames. I love the flames. I already had an RG called Fox, but now we actually have a proper real phoenix, and it looks amazing. But yeah, I would still love a blue one though. I really would like to get my hands on a blue one at some point. I'm gonna get out my grenade. There we go. It's level 80. That's fine. Let's hope there's actually something near to crash into. Oh, there might not actually be anything here. Yeah, there's not really. I should have just gone to a place where I actually had something to crash into, because this one. Can I cross? Oh, these are just bugs. Oh, there we go. Ooh, can we reach this just in time? That's doing a little bit torpor, but not a lot. Like, this is going to take still a very long time to do anything. Okay, well, apparently that didn't count. There we go. Found some bones or whatever they are. They will do. Guess they're not really helping me much. Let's try over here at the trees. Oh, there's a rock here. That should help. Perfect. But it's so slow. Like, if it doesn't throw me off, this will still take hours, I feel like. Well, we're finally getting some torpor here, that's for sure. I wouldn't exactly say it's very fast, but compared to anything else, it's certainly faster. There we go. We might actually get like halfway through this. There we go. Yeah, I'd say we're about halfway now. Well, that's very exciting stuff. There we go. Good, 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 good. There we go, right aim. At least he keeps the torpidity. That's something that I'm quite happy about. Now we just need to get him into some stuff again. Should at least have a couple of rocks here, right? Oh, of course. Oh, no, that doesn't count, okay. Oh, that does count. There we go. We'll use the side. No, don't go into the actual cliff side. Because then you'll throw me off. Can we get on? Yeah, please. There we go. There's some salt here. That's what we want, because those do really well. I don't think we'll find something soon enough. I really hope that the salt would have been enough, but it wasn't. Just need a little bit more. Oh god, this guy's not happy. Don't go in! Okay. Well. I definitely do not see any salt. But where do I need to go? That is the question. Do I just go to those things in front of me? I think I will. If he's reset, I'm okay. He's not reset. Still hope. Please just work with me. At least we're on the side where there's a lot of like rocks here. They don't add a lot, but I don't need that much. Maybe this way at least I won't be losing him anymore. Okay. Yeah, there should be enough rocks here to at least get him to be knocked out. Okay, we're getting so close now. Please, just a little bit more. Behave. Oh my god, it scared me, but I think he's knocked out, right? Look at how cute he is when he's knocked out. Okay, why did my bird not follow me? This is definitely the most annoying thing I've ever had to do. Only a level 80, but that will do for now. I'll probably get another one not on stream because this is too frustrating to do. Oh. But now at least we've done it once. Definitely salt is the best. You just need a lot of salt. ARK at its finest. Oh. There's a sandstorm coming. Who'd have thought that? I changed my look, by the way, for Scorched Earth, because I felt like this moustache fits a little bit better for like a cowboy, outlaw, instead of the dwarven beard I had. Alright, let's make the saddle. So we can at least try it out. All our hard work has led to this moment that we can finally try out the new guy. There we go. Okay, so we got the whip. Got like a bite. And we got our jump is this. Oh, this is fun. This is quite fast as well. It looks really cool. And then I think we can do the build up. And then this is gonna... Oh, I guess it just flew away. But I think that's how you can let people or dinos sink into the sand, which is quite cool. And there we go. That was quite the adventure today. We've got a lot done. We have the Festival of Sutures after the whole debacle on live stream when I tried to tame my first one. I finally succeeded after a very, very long time. I tried it a couple of times again for some higher levels, and we actually do have some higher levels. This is my beautiful blue wyvern. Very cool. But yeah, here are two higher level Festival of Sutures. We got the male with some kind of like cool pattern here, a little bit of blue in there, and then the female actually has a lot more blue, but a little bit of the darker blue as well, and definitely does look very nice. And I've been breeding them. Now, I'm not necessarily the best breeder, but I did manage to get this one, and I think that's like a combination of their colors. It looks very, very nice. It's a pretty decent level. This is definitely very usable and some good stats. So this will be a fun way to travel around in the desert and maybe even take it with us to a boss fight. I'm not quite sure if that's wise, but we'll see. It's definitely a fun mount and a strong mount. So very glad that even though it took me some attempts and some time, eventually we made it work. Definitely use the salt things and stuff like that, because otherwise you're just wasting your own time. There we go. You go bury yourself, and yeah, love these new guys. And finally we have it. I built this pyramid out in the desert. Well, actually, right on the edge of the desert, right next to the wyvern trench. For some reason, I thought that was a good idea, but I do think it turned out pretty nice. I haven't done any interior decoration yet, but I do have an interior structure there. I think this could be a really fun base. It's a decent size, of course, and you can always add a couple of extra pyramids if you need more space. So let's check it out and let me know down in the comments below if you like it, because I might build another one, a bigger one, and maybe even like a modern tech version or something. Let me know if you would like to see that. Okay, so here we go. We are right above the wyvern trench. As you can see, I brought my own trusty wyvern, and this is my pyramid build. I think it turned out pretty great. Like, obviously finding a good spot is quite difficult, so what I did, I just made like a big square out of foundations. They weren't all the same level, because that's pretty much impossible in the dunes, even here on the edge where it's a little bit flatter. So after just filling everything in with the foundations, I picked one of the layers that would work for everywhere, and then placed ceilings down to make the first square shape. And then I slowly started building up with the adobe roofs, but then flipped around, because otherwise, of course, they have now the tiles, which don't really look very pyramid-y. So flip them around to make it look like this, and added in the big gates on every side with some nice structure to give it some more depth. Broke open a couple of layers to give more depth. And then I decided to take my shovel and some plant pots and go around and actually grab a bunch of plants to fill in those 2 balconies I kind of created. And I think that was a really good decision because I really like the looks of it, especially here out in the dunes with like the very deserty look, the very sandstony look, and then all the greenery, the plants from all around. So I think that's a really smart thing to do. There's also a bunch of metal water tanks around in the corners to catch some rain when it does rain out here in the desert. So you could even have, I think you can see them as well, some species X if you bring them over from the island, of course, because they do not spawn here on this map, I think, to have some protection here as well. But yeah, the greenery, I think, definitely is a nice and important touch for this. So you can kind of see a little bit better here. We've got the stairs leading up to the gateway. We got the little design going on, and then the balcony breaking it up as well. Let's check that out a little bit closer. So first off, let's check out the layers. So I've had this layer. This is basically the starting layer of the pyramids. One side sticks out a little bit higher than the other side because of the different levels of the desert. And then we have this layer which is kind of broken open. You can see that I've placed a bunch of plants down here which really give that nice green feel. You can see the water tank, and behind that there's just like a row of pillars, just kind of because I wanted to break up the whole shape of the pyramid, add some depth to it. And then I was like, let's add in the pillars. And then after I designed the whole thing, I was like, maybe this would make a very cool garden, you know, show the wealth in the desert. The best way to do that is with a bunch of plants. And of course, it's a really cool new mechanic with the DLC that you're able to get these without having to have mods on, which is a great way to decorate your base, I would say. And yeah, then we have a big entrance here for like a big gate here to go in, and you can see it's the same on all sides. That means that you have like a little square where you actually enter the base, but you still have plenty of spaces down to all the corners. So you could definitely do a pretty nice base in here, I think, especially if you maybe make like dedicated rooms in each corner or something. Or I mean, you could also of course not have this many entrances and maybe only have 2 or maybe only have 1 if you want to save some room on the inside. But yeah, I think it would be a very cool base. And then I decided to turn in the most top part into greenhouse glass so that you have a little bit of extra light coming in from the top. Now, if you're wondering why the interior does not have the like same texture as the other side would have, because now I have basically 2 layers of this, that is because I basically added in another layer. So I think what happened is, yeah, you can see the little wall. That's basically the back of where the pillars are. I kind of added, it's more than a full ceiling in. So if you see this layer, you see one ceiling and then there's another quarter ceiling there. So basically that gap allowed me to place another layer of roofs basically to make sure that the inside also looks nice. So of course you could keep the roofing tiles that you would see on the inside if you like that, but I thought it was kind of weird. It didn't really feel like a pyramid seeing those like reddish orangey tiles everywhere. So I decided to go for this and fill it all in again. It does take you a little bit of extra work of course, but I think the result is well worth it, because this definitely looks more like I would imagine the pyramid would look like from the inside. And I like the texture more for this place. So yeah, a pretty big base overall. You could definitely easily survive in this base. I think you could definitely use this as a proper base. Of course, very convenient with like platforms like these where you could park some flyers on the outside. I mean, you can walk over most of your base as well, which is kind of nice, of course. And I mean, it just fits this map, of course, very, very well. At first, I was going to build it next to the desert ruins where we were living, but I'm already building so much, like, yeah, I thought better to probably spread it out a little bit. But over at the Manticore ruins, this would probably also be a pretty cool addition to that place as well. Just, you know, to really keep to the desert vibes. But yeah, especially happy with the way these plants turned out. First time really working with this and using them for a design. And I think they really add yeah, some nice details to the place. Like, really adds a lot of color, of course, because I'm building out in the desert, so everything is already like this sandy color. Then using the adobe, it's kind of the same kind of hue, so it's very monotone. Like, there's not a lot of color going on, and then the green really helps break that up and basically bring the whole build to life, making it everything look a little bit better in my opinion. So yeah, really happy with that. I think it would be a really cool base to use. I don't think I will use it because we're quite happy with the base that we have for survival right now. But yeah, you know me, I like to design bases even if I don't have any intention of using them. I just really wanted to try my hand at building a pyramid, because ever since I knew that Scorched was going to be the next map to play, I was like, yeah, definitely need to do a pyramid build on there because it just fits so well. As I said at the beginning, I kind of want to do also like a modern version of it. So maybe I did on the island, I did the big like tech, ultimate tech base, modern tech base. I think I might want to try like a ultimate modern tech pyramid, or at least like a modern metal house. We'll see what we'll actually use as materials, but I think that could be cool. And then maybe having it as part of a bigger build, or you know, maybe make a whole big base out of the stuff. I'm rebuilding some more of the desert ruins, finishing up the first half of this whole town here, and basically finishing the main street, adding in the last buildings, and really bringing this whole ruin back to life. I actually did the last two parts of this ruin rebuild live on stream, so make sure to have your notifications on, or maybe join my Discord if you want to be notified for when I go live, so you can be here. First, we'll show you around in a little tour. I'll show you all the buildings and the additions that we've done to the town, and afterwards we'll do a little speed build of me actually building all these ruins, if you want to maybe follow along and see how I do certain things to make everything work and make everything come together. But of course, you can also check the full live streams that are still on my channel if you want to see the builds in more detail and be able to follow along at a more reasonable pace. There we go. This is the town all rebuilt. At least this whole side of it. Of course, there's another side over there, but I haven't started on that yet. I might do in the future, but I won't be starting that right now because there's a bunch of other things that I would like to build first, and it's a lot of these same kind of buildings. But as you can see right over here, we do have a very complete ruin rebuild with all the buildings on one side, all the buildings on the other side, really coming together quite nicely and really forming a busy town, a busy main street here with a very nice feeling, especially with those street lanterns. Some part of the DLC that really helps a lot by building these streets and filling them in and making them feel alive. Of course, there could be more details to be added if I wanted to. I could still go around and add some more detail to the builds, but this is already looking really nice and really like a proper little town. So let's do one more little flyby before we go into looking at all these buildings. So we got the gatehouse with kind of like guard post structures next to it, a little bit of watchtowers, and then got a bunch of different buildings, like little different houses, some with the pointy roofs, some with the flat roofs, more the desert style, I suppose. We got some small houses over here on the edge. We got a little dino pen over here. Of course, the first building here, that was the bigger rebuild that we did. Right over there, we got the windmill for the power, and we got some smaller buildings here. Then we got one very long building, which is actually 3 smaller ruins combined to one, and so combined all together. Then we got this more fortified building, and then some smaller buildings in between until we get to the other guard post, and that all with some extra water towers to get the water here in the desert, and a bunch of species X to, you know, kind of make sure that the place is all safe. Alright, and this is what it looks like if you arrive at the town. A really nice front view of it, I think. It's really definitely looking like a proper town when you arrive over here. You got these 2 watchtowers on the side, and then this fortified building, the guard post, and of course the gate in the middle to kind of create that feeling of a proper entrance to the town. And if you're in here, you can instantly feel like you're in a big, busy main street. We got a couple of these little like front fortified gardens everywhere, and of course a lot of places to find some shade, and even a little cart driving through the town. Yeah, there's a lot of these buildings. I haven't done any interiors, but yeah, I do like little details you get by having all of these buildings being rebuilt and having like doors and the little details sticking out. Now, as I said, I could probably add more detail. Like I could have like stuff in these courtyards or little crates everywhere, but I didn't want to go too crazy yet. I might still do that. Probably here, especially because I feel like this could be a really cool market stall. And then we got one of the more bigger structured buildings here, and then the longhouse as well over there, and then more of the things that we showed off in the last video as well. Especially like this little courtyard with the horse stables over here, looking really nice. But yeah, some of these new additions are actually pretty cool. So you got the watchtowers, the guard towers that can actually be entered, of course. There's actually a staircase inside of them, so you can easily go up here to stand watch, look out over our surroundings, enjoy the view, enjoy the lovely town as well. So yeah, even though I don't plan on using a lot of these buildings as a main base in survival, you definitely could. And especially if you have like a bigger tribe with a bunch of friends, everyone could basically have their own separate homes, because there's a lot of these ruins in there, and in some of these buildings you're able to build up to more layers, so you can actually get some pretty big builds together. And then you have little things like this to add in some extra details, add just some nice extras in that just help it feel all alive, especially from the outside. Of course, all these little additions to the building, the little overhangs, the little balconies, the porches everywhere really help bringing this all to life. I especially like all the little alleyways it created, and then we've got a little ladder going up again to go to this little platform, and then you have that one over here as well. And then to get here, there's no stair in the normal ruin, so to get there I had to create this little alleyway. You can actually access it from down here, which is really cool because it creates like all these little pathways and little alleyways that you will only see in actual towns. And I feel like if you were to build a town yourself, even if you would try to create all these alleyways and the different levels, you probably wouldn't end up with something as dynamic and alive as when you're rebuilding a ruin. Now, this is one of the bigger builds, this long house. It's actually 3 smaller ruins that were very close together. So I started by laying these foundations in, and then I really wanted to connect it to the next one. But as you can see, those are slightly lower, so I could still snap the foundation to it. It would only be a little bit lower, but that was fine, and you can still look through to the other side. And yeah, this was basically one ruin, but there was like an opportunity to connect it to this one. So you have some structures on the inside, basically dividing your rooms up. And then here you've got another exit or entrance to the main street. So yeah, it was a really fun job trying to connect this all and integrating it with all the ruin parts, and keeping as much of the building intact, and in having to use the character of the ruin. We actually have a little room here that would be perfect for like a generator. And then we got stairs going up to the next layer, which is the layer that we created on top of these ruins. And here you can see this would be the most practical because you have a lot of space created by yourselves. And then you can access the balconies to again look out over the town. There's another balcony over here as well, just to add a little bit of extra life, and mostly to add some different shapes to the sides of the building. Yeah, by adding some of these side buildings, you really get like more shape to a build instead of having it really square. So that's why I have all these little overhangs on the side here also, of course, because it would make a lot of sense to create as much shade as possible in a desert town like this, but also just to make the main building less square by having all these different shapes jutting out from the side, and just adding a bunch of details in that way. And I think when you look at it all together, it really adds a lot of life to it as well. And then yeah, we have another little small ruin here as well. The main thing I wanted to with the roof was also trying to add in some detail. That's why we have the little side window on top of there as well. I would have added more, but I kind of wanted to line it up with the existing details in the structure. And unfortunately, it didn't really line up in too many places without it looking kind of weird. So we ended up with only that one, but I think it works really well because that's also the main angle you would see the building from if you're walking along the main street. So I think that's probably one of the more important angles of that building. And then next to it we have the bigger build here, the more fortified build, which is also looking really nice. That's also fully connected. It's not decorated, of course, because again, yeah, I'm not going to use this in survival, so I don't want to do a lot of interiors that I'm never going to see. But we do have a nice little tower here again overlooking the town, and you can really see all the different builds. Yeah, and overall, if you're just looking at the entire town, I'm just really happy with the way it all turned out. Of course, all the newer additions really make it so that the town is finally finished and feels like a living town. I also like the little diversity of buildings that we have. We have got like the more structured building over there in the middle. Then we have the longer house over there. We got some of these smaller, simple houses that are just like basically the bare minimum of rebuilding the existing structures. Got a lot of cool little overhangs to add in a little bit more shape, and then a bunch of the smaller buildings, roofs buildings. So just to add in a lot of, yeah, literally diversity of building, like different building types, which I feel like makes it look like more of a city, because that is what you would normally see in a city like this. And of course, the buildings that I showed off last time, we've got the bigger build up here, which is also combining a couple of ruins into one, and even has this little hidden alleyway with a hidden storage underneath, and just a bunch of the smaller buildings. Still really proud, of course, of the courtyard with these stables and everything connected to it as well. We got another couple of builds, just adding in these cool like little corners of this town that really brings it all back to life, as well as these little small buildings here on the edge. They also just look like their own little neighborhood, the poorest buildings on the outskirts of the town before you actually enter it. And yeah, there's a lot of those little details around the place where everything is just connected, and you can actually walk through everything, and you'll just end up in the next building or the next little street. And that's just something that I really like about this build specifically, because I have done a lot of ruin rebuilds in the past, of course, usually just turning them into cool structures, usually for bases as well. But this was the first time that I was actually not just rebuilding any single ruin, but really turning it into a proper little town, which is kind of exciting because you just have a lot of places to walk around, to see, and that are somehow connected up again, so you reach new places that you didn't think you were able to go before, and that is just really exciting about this place, I think. So yeah, it was a really fun project to do. As I said, I'm probably not gonna jump right into rebuilding the other ruins right next door, because they are very similar. They are very similar. Like, there's more of the same buildings, so I will probably do it at some point, but it is not a priority right now. If I feel like it, I will. Maybe we'll do some more streams to get them done, but I think there's some other build projects that are more exciting, more different build projects mostly to do first before I tackle more of this. But this has really been a really fun ruin rebuild because it was so different to the ruins that I rebuilt on the island. We're continuing an adventure by rebuilding more of the ruins above, and also rebuilding more of the cave below ground, as well as getting some more progress done. And I am here at base, and you can see we got 1 phoenix, we got 2 phoenix. That's more than we had in the latest episode. Also, I've got Skippy, my new little ride, which has been really fun. We got a 3rd phoenix here. Very pretty color. And of course, we did the cave a little bit ago as well. But that's Momo. I'm not gonna tell you the number actually, because that's gonna be might be spoiler. Okay, and then we've got another phoenix here. This is actually my favorite, of course. Well, that's no surprise probably. This color is pretty, it's beautiful, it's the best, it's insane, and I love this thing, and I will keep it safe forever, and I will always keep it with me, and I will never lose it. I know. That is definitely not a jinx. But yeah, this is our main base, of course, hidden below the sands of the desert ruins in the main building. It's also where one of the artifact caves is, and we have turned this area into our main base. But we were slowly but surely, actually quite quickly, running out of space because of the breeding addiction of my tribe mate, which I'm very thankful for, because we get some good wyverns and other tames because of that. But yeah, even though we have quite a lot of space here, we were quickly running out, especially for breeding. It wasn't quite ideal. But we needed more space, and obviously there's no more space here. We could have easily used some of the ruins upstairs, of course. There's plenty of space there. But we were kind of intrigued by this cave and trying to maybe, just maybe, you know, kind of reclaim a little bit more of the cave. So where normally mobs would spawn, now all of a sudden you would see a lot of wyverns. And also, yeah, warning ahead, there's going to be a lot of wyverns. Because I do the building. My tribe mate, she does the breeding. But yeah, you can see right here, this normally is all covered by different dinos and not these ones. That's definitely for sure. But yeah, we've kind of reclaimed these ruins, and I've done a little build. Got like a little house over here, which has a nice little platform. The guns are still here from when I was, you know, trying to make sure that it was all safe. But I think it's pretty safe to say that it is actually completely reclaimed now. There's no secrets hidden anywhere. But yeah, this is where the breeding happens now. There's just a lot more space because, as you can see, there's a pretty decent platform up here already. And then let's kind of just jump over this. Let's pass the first couple of wyverns here. There's a little bit more space over here. Space around this. There's another level over here. I think this is where eggs are being hatched right now. And then my beautiful wyvern is actually here on the right. Smoke, hello there. This one next to it is actually also really cool color. Really cool. And then there's a big pile of more wyverns down there being all bred up for our army. Because I think we're going to probably use those for the boss fight at some point. So yeah, that's kind of useful. Oh, I guess we're just going to exit the cave again. I just wanted to pass over all the wyverns. So yeah, we have a lot of space here, as you can see. Well, it's now full with wyverns, but I guess that shows the size of it, that all these wyverns can easily fit in here. And then this is where you exit our base and you're back into the normal cave. Now, unfortunately, we also lost this spawn. I moved the gate back, but it's still not far enough, so this doesn't spawn anymore. But there's plenty of other spawns still inside. The best spawns are still further inside. So yeah, we kind of reclaimed a little bit of the cave, but there's still enough left. Hello, please. Besides doing this building, I will be rebuilding more of the ruins on top. But first, I'll actually be doing the other two caves as well. We got the artifact from this one, obviously, because, I mean, we live on it. We might as well do it. But now we need the other two as well, so that we have all the artifacts available for the boss fight. So let's see how easy or how difficult that adventure might be. And we've got one cave down, of course, or base. But there's plenty more of them. Gotta love this color. Really happy with this one. Smaug the Magnificent indeed. Maybe we go in here. Oh, this is actually exactly where I need to be. Okay. Well, that makes it a little bit easier. Okay, Momo, are we gonna bring you or are we gonna leave you outside? That is the question. We'll just slowly but surely make our way into the cave. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? I feel like the other caves were, or the other cave that we did so far we're pretty capable of handling that. This is a strong bred up Thyla. Oh, I don't like all these choices in caves. Yeah, obviously nothing can ever go wrong if I go into a cave. Okay, well, let's make sure that I actually look at my stamina and health and stuff. Don't make any stupid decisions. There we go. Perfectly fine. Wait, that's the way I came from, so I'm guessing doesn't matter that much which way you choose. You just get back down to this place. There we go. Oh, we're very slow. We're very, very slow. Oh boy. A lot of onyx as well. So the likelihood of getting rabies again is quite high, I would say. There we go. Thank you very much. Very successful. Okay. Why are you just chilling here in the wall, dude? I'm right behind you. Okay, well, if you don't want to fight me, that's totally fine. But I'm just going to clear you out just in case. You know? Just in case. Oh, there's more here. Oh, there's actually an invisible rock column right underneath me. Oh, nice. Momo is fighting with me. And he's doing 0 damage. What a hero. What a hero. Let's go, Momo. You can do it. I believe in you. So fun. It's gonna get so strong after all these caves. I love that you can actually see him doing the animation, you know, fighting this big golem in front of us. Okay, there we go. Nothing to worry about. Oh damn, look at the statue of like an obelisk. Will you please stay here? Okay, good. Look at that. It's like an obelisk. Wait. Can I not? Like, there's an invisible wall. I can't move forward. Is this clickbait? Can't I get this one? What the heck? Like, there's this invisible wall in front of me. I can't get any closer. Like, it glitched me out. This is so mean. What the heck is this? I will never be able to get this drop. Oh boy. I might be in trouble here. Ooh, I saved myself there. Okay, yeah, glitchy thing is not fun. Oh no, my thyla went down. Hello, thyla. That is very evil, yeah. Okay, is it safe for me to drop down? I think it is. Well, that is incredibly cruel. Oh, jeez, another golem. I can't get the drop. Like, surely that's... either it's not supposed to spawn there. It is a weird place to spawn. Because it's kind of floating anyway. But then not being able to get it, it's... that's very mean. Because yellow drops can actually have some pretty good loot. I think actually I've gotten potentially... just as good or better loot sometimes from the yellow one so far, so... yeah, that's mean. Very, very mean. I saw my life flash before my eyes, by the way, when I dropped down and I almost fell into all those creatures. Luckily, we were quick on the grapples and I made more than 1 or 2. Because that could have been bad, but it wasn't. We got another big cave ahead of us. There's this. Ooh, I see a red drop. Hopefully we can actually get this drop. That would be nice. You know the annoying part is about not being able to get the yellow drop? It means that it won't despawn yet. So it means that we're potentially losing out on a drop that could spawn in a different spot. Because that's still there. So yeah, very, very annoying. Okay, well, bunch of Onyx. The most annoying one of them all, of course. I really hope we don't have to jump too much here, because we can't really jump with the Thyla right now, because it doesn't really want to do that. Yeah, and instantly we have this jump, and I don't think I can make that on the Thyla. But I think there's a way around if I drop down on this, so I'm just going to take it safe. I'm just going to follow this road up to the drop. I love all the structures in here, by the way. Like, this is very different to the caves on the island. Very cool. Okay, there is another drop on this side, but I guess I can just do it without the Thyla. Okay. Please, do not run away. Can I make this jump? Probably. Ooh, that's very good shoes. Yeah, the caves look very cool. Like, was this like ruins or whatever? Oh, jeez. I've been slowed. Luckily, I didn't jump yet, because that could have been very bad. Okay, there we go. Made it back to you. Yeah, I love the fact that there's more like ruins integrated into this. Feels very, very cool. I mean, obviously I've got like a soft spot for ruins anyway, but yeah, having them in here as well makes this a very cool, unique cave in my opinion. Okay, well, we got some spiders. There's another drop there. I also think I can already hear... Oh, is this... No, this is not a drop. This is the artifact, in fact. So... the artifact of the gatekeeper. And we also got another cosmetic for a spike. Yeah, trying to balance out my time spent building and my time spent surviving, because my personal goal with playing Ascended was always trying to finally play all maps and do all the story, you know, do all the caves, do all the bosses, etc. So I'm really trying to do that, but also trying to do a bunch of building. So yeah, we got the little town. I've been working on preparing the area where I can build the train station, the main central station as well. So yeah, the platforms are here. We just need to build a station. But yeah, so many build projects. Okay. This seems like an area there could be caves. But it also seems like it could be really tricky to find them. Is that a cave? That would be incredible if I find the cave instantly. It does seem like the area. I don't know if it's an actual cave. There's a bunch of creatures there for sure. Okay, it's a little bit more of a dangerous spot for my wyvern to be parked. But I mean, it is also a wyvern, so surely it's gonna be just fine. Jeez. That's just the baby. Well, we can leave the baby alone. Is that actually the cave? That is the cave, right? It is a cave. That definitely does look like it is a cave. Oh yeah, this is a cave. Okay, you can't fit. Well, there's a bunch of creatures coming. This is the scorpion cave, apparently. Okay, well, let's get bionic. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's really laggy if I'm on that corner. Right over there. I don't want to be there because I don't know what's going on, but it's so laggy on just that little spot over there. Something's not right. It's not as bad as placing down a mirror in a bill. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. I should not have been in there. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Yep. Yep. That was, yeah, I shouldn't have fallen in there. Falling in was definitely not the good move there. Oh no, Momo's gonna die now. Oh no, not Momo. He's definitely not gonna make it, Pinky. He can't. Oh, okay, I need to grab a new one and come on. Okay, I need to borrow you. Did Momo die already? I don't think I saw a message yet, but he's definitely dead, right? He can't. If he survives that, he's really a legend. He's gonna be a legend no matter what, but yeah. I mean, I don't know what happened there. I fell in the water and then I just swam forward, but all of a sudden it turned it into like more spawned in. Well, you saw it. Like there wasn't that much there. Wait, Smaug is over here? Did I take the wrong dragon? Oops. Why was the other... Wait, I took the dragon that was parked over there. Okay, maybe we've been switching around dragons. I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of things spawned in, like they were invisible in the spot, like they weren't loaded in properly. And yeah, I'm pretty sure they came from every direction. Like, I was basically blocked in right away. As soon as I got out of the water, like everything spawned in and or became visible. Oh, Momo died? No! He made it this long! Oh, maybe because I'm just now loading back in the cave, probably. What the hell is this blue thing shaking up my screen? Okay, it looks like the Thyla is doing pretty well, though. Managed to kill most, if not everything. Yeah, what is this blue haze coming into my screen? This game is going crazy. Now that we have our stuff back, but we did a pretty good rescue, to be honest. It's just a shame that Momo, he made it so long. I will just imagine that all this fighting that happened whilst I wasn't here was just Momo saving the day. You know, he made sure that the Thyla survived, not the other way around. Momo is the real hero. We will never forget. We will never forget him. Yeah, I see another drop. That's good. I like drops. Probably shouldn't have taken this Thyla, by the way. I should have taken the new Thyla that has full health. I guess we can always go back and change if we really need to. Okay, so you follow me for now. We'll go out of this place. Okay, well, okay, there was still a Capro here, apparently. Oh, I'm gonna die. Yep, I'm dead. Okay, the water is not my friend. Well, I should have brought some sleeping bags, I feel like. Because I'm gonna have a whole army of wyverns down at this cave. There we go. The wyvern parking spot. We got Barry. We got Smaug, and now we got, what's your name again? Caraxes, that's right. Okay, well, hello, Barry. Good to see. Oh my god. That's a dust cloud and a half. Okay. I'm back. It is I. I am here to rescue you, I think. You are very healthy, and you are less healthy, so... The one that's less healthy... Oh my god, why is it so smoky in here? You can stay right here at the entrance. Where you should be safe. And I will go... Oh god, I need to go into the water. To get my stuff. I actually need it to get into the water to get my stuff now. Okay, well... Sorry, you need to die now, I guess. I don't know why I attacked you. Okay, there's apparently still wolves and spiders in the water. Okay, so how come that there's no Capro inside right now? And as soon as I'm gonna enter the water, there's gonna be a Capro. So maybe... Oh, wait. I've got help in here. Oh, the Capro's right there. Where isn't it? I saw something swimming there. I need to get my stuff back. Yeah, there's the Capro. Was that the only Capro? There we go. Look at how stylefully we did this. I used this as my way to get out. I am the best ARK player that has ever lived, I think. And then this area I haven't seen yet, but there is a red drop, and there's also the sleepy guys in here. And there's apparently a rock golem. Ooh, no, move, 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 move. Oh god, this is definitely where it escalates. This is a 150 as well. Rubble golem. Oh jeez, there's so much stuff on me. Please, leave me alone. Wait, there's babies in the cave? Why is there babies in the cave? That should not be allowed. There we go. Oh yeah. There's a bunch of scorpions down there. Oh! This is just a professional at work. I definitely did not have to rescue myself twice. Why? Oh, it's so sad there's babies spawning inside these caves. I've something wrong with that for sure. What are you doing? Oh god. Oh, I went off too quickly. I thought we were safe. I thought we were safe. Wait, what was it? It was a horse saddle. Eh. That's not too exciting. I'm guessing it's this way. Oh, there's more scorpions. Always more scorpions. Oh, there's another golem over here. Of course there is. Golem on the artifact. Yeah, this is easy work with the two Thylas. They don't necessarily do a lot of damage to these guys, but I think the bleeding helps a lot. Why is he still targeting you? I want to say fast. I think that might be the stronger Thyla. Oh, jeez. Yeah, the chat's always a little bit slower. Ooh, we get a Torchkin. Okay, and I've rebuilt all of this desert town. Well, unless you count the other part that is over to the side. But this part, this half of it, this main street is completely done. So yeah, now we've got all the buildings and it's really come together as one proper ruined town that is now completely rebuilt and lived in again. So we got this guard post area, which looks really, really nice, which we did a little bit back. And now we have these extra buildings here as well. So we got a smaller building with a more fortified building next to it. Then a very long house building because it's like 3 ruins combined and connected to each other into one big building. And then we got one more smaller, simpler here on the edge and another smaller, simpler one right behind here, completing this little town. I'm quite happy with the results. It really feels very much alive and as a proper town when you're walking down the main street. So that's definitely yeah, the goal achieved, I would say. Definitely worked out very, very well. So I'm excited to see what other kind of projects we'll be doing in the future. Of course, I'm also working on my western town. I recently did a pyramid and I think I might want to try another modern build. So I think I'll be definitely doing some more building, but maybe taking a little break from at least this ruin project, because this would be more of the same over here. Because I mean, there's more of these small square houses, which I mean, it's fun to see the finished product, of course, because it really does look like a town. But I think for now I actually want to spend my time a little bit differently. So instead of rebuilding more of these same ruins, I think I'll first look at some of the other projects that I have in mind to try and finish those before I do more of the same. But yeah, this was definitely a very fun project, and I think the result really speaks for itself. So yeah, a big central train station, a new sheriff's office with a jailhouse and some gallows, the post office, a saloon, and a bunch of shops along the main street. Today I'll take you on a tour around the town, but make sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on any future streams and videos where I build the rest of it. Let's take a look around the town and how it's doing so far. We did name it. It's Arkansas. Thanks for the suggestion again. Someone commented in the last video, and it's a great name. I love a good pun, and this definitely will work great for our western town. Right here at the post office, one of the newer addition to the town. I'm also using the Scribbles mod now to do some more custom signs and not have the one that is included with the DLC everywhere. And I see that my text for some reason again has changed sizes, which is really annoying. But yeah, it's a nice, cute little post office with the side addition here as well, and with some hitching posts. I haven't done any of the interior yet because I'm kind of waiting for the Western Deco mod from Aaron Longstaff, which hopefully will help a lot with, you know, having some more unique decorations for the Western town. Of course, there's already a bunch of them in the new DLC, but it's always best to have a little bit more variation, I think. But yeah, nice little post office here, nothing too special. I do really like the little addition to the side here, especially since it's like located on the main square here, so you can actually really see the side of the building very well. So it's kind of nice that it has a little bit of more interest going on like that. It has a little back entrance as well for staff, and a pretty nice design on the back, even though you wouldn't be able to see that too much. Then right over here we got a lovely Jerboa passing by. I need to get myself one again. But we also have the sheriff here, the sheriff's offices, as well as a little jailhouse for the town, and some gallows for those that have run into the law for one final time. It's actually a really easy design to make some gallows with just some pillars, thin pillar, and the diagonal scaffolding part, which really works, you know, showing that it is well supported. Definitely a really fun new block to work with. As for the sheriff itself, again, I didn't really do the interiors yet. I did do a little bit of decoration here. Probably will do more again when I have the decoration mod. The inside doesn't even have floors yet, but we do have the jail cells here over here in the jailhouse. So there's a couple of these little jails with just a bed and of course a nice little toilet pot to you know, do your business in. But yeah, I think that's a nice start. I really love all the new textures from the DLC. The frontier skins are just so good for building and decorating and making cool looking towns or bases like this. Then of course we've got the saloon right over here. I've already done a tutorial on how to build this as well, so if you want this for your own base you can actually do that really easily. And then yeah, we got a nice interior with some hangout spots, drinks, lounge back there, and then we also have a bar over on this side, as well as some poker tables up here for some fun games, of course. I mean, you gotta have some fun in the saloon. And then right over here we actually go to the train station. It's the central station for my map. I'm still gonna try and connect every base that I build with a train network, which is gonna be really fun. And yeah, this is the train station currently. There's 2 trains in, one that I'm working on for survival and the other one that I did on a stream a while back. But yeah, this is track 1. We got the main central station here for Arkansas, as well as this main building, the train station here. Bunch of waiting spots. Again, I'll probably add a little bit more decorations as soon as we have that mod, but this is partially decorated already. This is like a waiting room. We don't have anything in here yet though. And then we have a little bit of a staff area up here waiting until the next train leaves. Yeah, it kind of looks out nicely over the town as well, which is really cool. There's some greenery as well with the new plants that we can now finally get in place, even without adding any mods for it. And as you can see, this is still a work in process, this train, but there is actually more. If we go here, we have the second platform here with some benches again, some greenery, and of course my lovely little train with a couple of different things. And then we of course have another sign here, and back there we have a little water tower to add new water to the steam trains, of course. We got the dino card here. We got some other passenger cards, like sleeping cards, like lounges with poker tables on the go, as well as a storage edition here as well. Like there's a bunch of different ones. Like you could actually also use this as a base if you would want to, and you would also have some pretty fun ways to travel around, you know. Make sure that you're always entertained no matter where you go. And of course a call card at the front as well. And then the next one is actually the last platform, track number 3. There's a lot of storage here because I've dedicated this as kind of like the more industrial side of the station. So there's a lot of storage, and this building over here is actually the warehouse. Jumping right here on top of the train, we can see it a little bit better. We can see the storage right here at the warehouse portion. There's a lot of different containers basically to store a bunch of stuff, even a little crane design to get stuff up there and into the warehouse itself. Let's check it out. So yeah, there's again a bunch of storage options around, and then here there's just some crafting tables, but mostly just a bunch of storage and forges and whatever, just to make it really feel very busy, very packed, and just a complete full warehouse. If you were going to use this as survival, you'll probably also have like an industrial forge in here that should definitely fit. And yeah, it's just a fun addition, and it kind of balances out my entire train station because I've got this big building on one side and the main train station build on the other side. But yeah, I do really like this building as well. Like it's a really nice build in my opinion, and it could definitely just work as a train station by itself. But I like having the both buildings on both sides of the tracks because it really feels like one strong big train station connected. And of course we got the walkway. I also noticed that I haven't done the skin everywhere for all those little quarter ceilings that I have hidden under there, so definitely need to finish that. And then there's a bunch of different stairs to go down into town, but obviously there's no town here yet. Eventually it will end around there where the slope goes down into the landscape, and there will probably have a stable somewhere around there as well, connecting up of course with these other stairs as well. Just different ways to get on and off to the station, just different ways to connect it all together. And then let's check out the rest of the town. Over here, there probably will be like a church on that hill. So it's overlooking the town as well. A nice landmark for the town. But that is still to come. We have, of course, the saloon that we just saw. And then we have the first part of Main Street that is actually completely done. I see that I forgot to add the hotel sign in here to the left, because that's actually the hotel. I've been changing some of the signs to the Scribbles mod because I think they look a lot better. And you just have a little bit more variation. So we got a bank over here, just a nice design. I've also played around with painting these buildings in some different colors on the front, just to make them stand out a little bit more. So we got a general store here, we got the gun store. As I said, this is the hotel, and then we just have some houses where people are just living along the main street as well. And then we have the Undertaker here, which has some decoration here on the outside, a bunch of coffins, a bunch of tombstones, just to add a little bit life and details here to the street. And I would love to do this for more of the stores, just to bring this town really to life. But again, I definitely want to have that Western Deco mod, just to have more options to do. And then we'll have a blend of what you can always do with vanilla, because you can definitely add a lot of stuff just to make it feel more alive, even within the base game, especially with this new DLC. But I think it will just be fun to, you know, really go crazy with that mod as well. We got another normal house here as well, just to add off this little part of the street. And of course they have bags, there's different ways to connect them, walkways up and down. Yeah, it was really fun working on a big main street like this, especially since there's a bunch of ways that they are actually connected. They have like this porch going between all the buildings, and they're like all connected together with this porch on the front as well. So it's really fun to do something different in ARK than just building like different kinds of bases, because this is actually a full proper town, and it's really fun to do something like this for a change. But yeah, so I've got a bunch of future plans as well. Right now we have this town. As I said, I want to add a church next to the station up there. Then here the main street is going to continue until it links up with these 3 stairs right here for the train station. And then this is going to be the entrance or exit of the town. So this is where the main street will end. Somewhere around here, probably here on this edge, I'll be making some stables to have all the horses. And then the second street will go down here, connect to some of these buildings as well. Of course, there will be a street between the bank and the gallows to connect to the saloon. And then this street will actually go down here to the next little like platform that we have going on. And this area I'll probably be building more of like almost like farmland. So I'll probably build like a couple of different barns. I actually want to make a couple of different barns designed so that we have like a smaller barn for some animals, a medium-sized one, and a big one so that you can keep your dinos safe. So that's probably something that I will be doing very soon, to just make some cool designs before the sandstorm hits us. So yeah, that's one of the future things that I want to do, and I probably want to actually do that fairly soon, just because it will be nice to make some cool designs for like different sizes of barns where you can keep dinos safe, etc, etc. Just because it's a little bit different of building more buildings in the town, the main street, because, you know, it gets repetitive. So it's always nice to do some different things. Oh geez, there is a rock golem right here near my town, which is not good. Yeah, but anyway, that are some of the plans that I still have to add to this town, hopefully pretty soon. Well, we found a safe place, but yeah, this is the town so far. I'm really happy with the way it's turning out. It's really fun to work on a project of this size. Yeah, and I think it's definitely coming together nicely as a proper Western town. Today, I'm showing you all a build in progress. It's not quite finished yet, but it's so big. I really wanted to show it off that I figured let's do a little update about the little bit before the halfway point, I would say. It's a giant modern tech base. As you can see, it has a big pyramid as the middle part of it and an A-frame on one of the sides, and two of the other sides are nowhere near completed yet. But yeah, it's gonna be a giant base. You should not have any issues getting all your dinos in here, having plenty of space for storage, for everything you could possibly need. And my goal is, of course, to also try and make it look really, really, really nice. I think I'm doing pretty well. Let's jump into it. Alright, so I'm at the opposite side of the big canyon here on the map. It's located right here if you want to know where my base is. So I'm standing right there. My base is on the other side of the canyon, and it's a beautiful spot with the blue water down there in the rivers. There's a couple of waterfalls as well. So a very beautiful place to live. I am building my giant modern tech base, pyramid, A-frame, you name it, I've got it. Now, it's nowhere near complete, but I just wanted to show it off and maybe get some suggestions and feedback from you guys before I finish the rest of the build. Let's take a little bit of a closer look. Yeah, as you can see, it is a big boy. I think the main platform everything stands on is 40 by 40, if I'm correct. So yeah, it is very, very big. And I tried to go for a pyramid, but make it way more unique and of course very modern and everything. So it's basically going to be resting on 4 smaller pyramids that are upside down on the platform, which will allow you to have a giant platform underneath where you could store a bunch of dinos. And then I've tried to add details to this platform because I had to raise it up, because obviously I didn't find like a perfect flat spot where I could build a foundation this big without having to go up with ceilings. So there is foundations under there. It's just raised to a level where I can actually connect everything together, because at the back you'll see it's not actually quite that high. You can also see it's only about halfway. It's a little bit before halfway because obviously I'll probably add more details once we get going and doing the interiors or the levels, everything. There's still much to be done, but I just wanted to show you off what I got. So this is actually the side where I started. It's also the more traditional pyramid side. Tried to add in some details with having this big line going on, dividing the whole shape, adding some extra depth into it because it's sticking out from the normal pyramid. Then I added these 2 landing platforms, which makes it easy to get into the main part of the build. Like this is probably going to be like the main house or whatever. Like it's going to be huge. Like this is really going to be a big ass base. Like I think everything you will ever need could be easily fit inside of this thing. It's that big. It's really, really big. But yeah, we've got a couple of layers again, similar to my normal pyramid design, but now with the modern touch. I'm using the clear glass mod to be able to change normal greenhouse walls into this other look, because it just looks a little bit better. I think there's also an option for custom cosmetics to do the same. If you can't install any mods, you could still get a similar look. But yeah, that makes the glass, especially for these modern builds, just look a whole lot better. And I think technically, I guess you could also use a frontier skin glass, although they won't look quite as modern, but it's still close enough if you don't have access to any of those other options. But yeah, it's a good start, I guess. Brings in a lot of light to the inside as well. Try to add in a couple of different windows designs, just basically to break it up, add in some details, add in different levels, a little bit of depth. We got these returning from my other previous ultimate modern tech base, because I really like those diagonal lines to add in some shape and detail to a modern build. And then on the top we have a greenhouse pyramid, just to let in even more light at the top of the build as well, which I think does a really nice job of dividing this all up. And you can see I tried to add in a bunch of details here by adding in different layers, a little bit of metal. Most of this is built with tech, but a little bit of the details and the different colors is by using a little bit of metal. But to be honest, if you would ever attempt to build this in survival, you probably just want to use metal instead of tech, because that would be very, very expensive to make. So yeah, that is this side, but yeah, that's definitely not all of it. I've also already been working a lot on this other side right here, and this is more of a big A-frame entrance with a behemoth gate, so that even in the main house portion of the build, you could still fit in pretty much any dino as well, which I think will just be very convenient to get resources and everything into your base. But yeah, I really like the look of this side as well, because you still see the pyramid, but it has a grand big entrance as well. I still need to update the textures from the greenhouse here to make it into the nice shiny glass that we have on the other sides. But yeah, it's still a work in progress, as I said. So we've got the main big stairs going up to the main living quarters. So that's the main build, the main pyramid. But then of course you also want to be able to access the normal layer, the foundation layer. So there's some stairs on both sides where you can go up underneath the other staircase, and there's on both of the sides there is one, and that will bring you underneath the main pyramid into this room where you can basically store a bunch of dinos, because this will have a lot of space. And I'm even creating some rooms in these upside down pyramids, like so. You can see it's still pretty roomy in here, so you could use these as I don't know, breeding pens or something like that, because you still have a bunch of room here and it's nicely hidden away, easy to keep safe as well. You could use them as breeding rooms, or maybe as some farm rooms. Maybe you have like snails in one of them, maybe some penguins or whatever. It depends, of course, if you're transferring dinos over or whatever. But you could have some proper farm setup in some of these side bits. But yeah, as you can see, obviously this is only half of it, because I haven't done the other two sides. Now what I'm probably going to do is try and line up a train station over here on this side, so I can have my track going by this, and we also have a train connection into the base. Since me personally, at least on Scorched Earth, I want to try and connect every base that I have to the central hub, my western town that I'm building, just so that we have a proper use of the trains here. And it's just fun. It's going to be fun riding around on the train and visiting my different bases once they're all completed and built up. But yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do at the back, since I don't have that much room to extend, and it's just a perfect space to kind of bring in the train and run it by here, and yeah, have it nicely connected. And it could even run through that little archway in the rocks, which would be a really scenic route to take, I think. And then on this side over here, I'm probably gonna do something, well, not the exact same as on the other side, not the A-frame, but definitely also a bigger entrance, because I think it would be nice to be able to access this from this side as well, and then not just the normal platform, but also the living part as well, because this is another good direction you could be coming from with some tames or whatever. So I think this is going to be another entrance, but I'm just going to try and make it something completely different to what I'm doing on the other side, so that we have the most amount of variation in this build, because I mean, it is really big, so you want to have a decent amount of variation in there if possible at all. So yeah, big plans. I have a lot to do, but if you've got any suggestions of things that I should add to this build whilst I'm still working on it, maybe things for the train stations or anything that I haven't even mentioned yet, and especially also like different rooms or things you would like to see on the inside, because of course I'm going to be trying to do a bunch of the inside and the different layers of the base as well. Design some nice things for those. So if you've got any suggestions or what things you would like to see inside of a base like this, please let me know, and then I'll try to include it. Now, before you start asking, no, I won't be making a full tutorial for this build, but I am recording me building this entire thing. So at least there will be a video of me showing off the entire process once it's completely done. But it won't be a step-by-step tutorial. It will be like a speed build, most likely, because otherwise it would take hours and hours and hours just to watch it. But that, of course, means that when I'm designing this, sometimes I go back and forth, change some things. So yeah, it might be a little bit more tricky to follow, but this is a very, very, very big build. So yeah, it would take me hours to make it into a full tutorial. And I don't think once I finish this giant build that I'm likely to want to build it a second time again. So just so you know, but there will be a video exactly showing off how I did it. So you could still do it if you're crazy enough to attempt to build this. But you'll have to wait a little bit longer because, yeah, I still need to finish and build the other half of this as well. Finally move into my western town that I've been building. We discover some secrets in one of the ruins on the map, and we finally take on the Manticore on Alpha difficulty to try and beat Scorched Earth. Let's get going. Okay, well, it's time for a proper cowboy adventure. So this is our main base here in the desert, of course, where we have the underground cave base. We got the desert ruins rebuild, and I've got my group of horses right here. And today we're gonna undertake a journey because I've been working on my western town in the middle of the map, but it's definitely missing some horses there, so I'm gonna take them. I've just built a stables, so I figured that it would be good to move over some horses, see if we can make it, as well as it's probably a pretty fun adventure to try and get there. So yeah, today we're proper cowboys. We'll take this herd to the western city that we're building, the town that we're building, and we'll bring some life to it, and we'll see how well we'll do getting there. I think we pretty much follow the river, but of course we'll try to take the best route because there is a Rex over there after all, and I probably do not want to run into more trouble than I need to. These are pretty high level horses and well bred up and also leveled up, so we should be good with most things, but you never know. It looks so cool though. Feel like a proper cowboy. I should have done this more. I should do more adventures, more little trips on my horse. Oh, we're running into some trouble, but again, I think these horses are strong enough to handle quite a bit. Oh boy, we're causing trouble in the neighborhood now. Okay, boys, let's move on. Let's keep this herd moving. Look at us. Look at us, the proper cowboy. Galloping along. This is actually a really fun way to travel around. This is actually a really fun way to travel around. Oh boy. We got a Titan. Is that another one behind it? I think it might be two Titans here. Oh god. Well, let's not cause any trouble here, boys. Well, it does look straight out of a western looking at this. Really cool. Also, by the way, I finally brought over my brood chibi from the overseer fight. So that's why I've got this cute little guy clipping through me. But yeah, I figured I might as well just bring it along. I feel like I'm a pretty good stage now in my survival adventure, that I shouldn't be dying that often, and if I do, I can probably get my stuff back anyway. Oh, there we go. That's actually a pretty cool color, the blue. There we go. Such a strong army of horses. It's kind of funny seeing them kick ass for a change. Okay, we are getting close now. We're underneath the train tracks. I love this skeleton, by the way. I should have built like a starter house there. Okay, we're still complete. Let's head up to the town. We are pretty much there. We can see the little ramp going up to the town right in front of us. Probably take care of this guy because otherwise he's gonna annoy the rest of the herd. There we go. We're pretty much there now. We just have to go up this ramp. Follow the train tracks, basically. And then we are at our destination, our western town. And it will feel much more like a proper town with a couple of horses in the newly built stables as well. And there we go. The town and the proper stables right here. Okay, and with that we got some of these closed because there's horses in them, and then we got one settled up ready to go here in the middle. I thought that would make sense because then you can just open up and ride out on your horse all ready to go. But yeah, they're safe now. They're in the western town, and that means, you know, we're at least using a little bit of it, and it adds a little bit of extra life here to the town as well. Okay, so apparently there's a secret here, and I kind of want to check that out because this is a very cool location. I've thought about maybe rebuilding it, but you know, there's only so many builds that I can do at the same time, and before you know it, we'll be on to the center, so we'll see how much time I have. But I've seen some stuff about there might be a secret here somewhere. Yeah, I think it's over here. So I think, yeah, if we use the pick, there we go. So you can destroy this wall and actually get through it. It's quite dark. I should have brought some light, but I didn't because I'm an idiot. But, oh, I'm also very slow now because of the weight. But there should be something here. I don't know. Is this another rock? I think it might be. Let's get rid of this one as well. Okay, there we go. I think this is the secret hidden cave, which is quite cool. It's got some cool prehistoric drawings. That's pretty epic. Cool skeleton. I kind of wish... I mean... Ooh, is this something I can loot? I don't think it is. I mean, I love the fact that this is in the game. Don't get me wrong. This is a cool secret to discover. But I can't help but feel like there should be some kind of loot crate or something here to reward you for actually finding this. I mean, the drawings are very, very cool, but yeah, I don't know. It feels like there could be something more. Well, I guess that's the secret here. I think that's pretty much it. It's cool. It's very, very cool. Makes me wish I actually rebuilt this ruin as a base, I guess. But I mean, no, the ruin that we chose is pretty cool, and that one does have actually loot drops and even an artifact. So I think I'll stick with that for now. But it is a pretty cool secret, and I don't think many people know about that. Maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe I'm just the last one to discover this, but it's a pretty cool place. Okay, time to do the Manticore boss fight. So I'm here doing it with one of my friends, and we're using some lightning wyverns, but it didn't go exactly to plan because we only managed to bring these ones. For some reason, they didn't all join us. And also, as you can see, we had some trouble actually whistling them to attack. They didn't really want to listen to us. I don't know why. But, yeah. We kind of struggled a little bit. So, for a moment here, I thought we were going to have to do the fight with just two wyverns that we were controlling ourselves. Because for some reason, those wyverns just didn't want to listen. The whistles weren't working. Nothing really was going according to plan. But eventually, we started getting some of them flying around and just trying to get them basically attacked by the manticore so that they would start fighting back, and slowly but surely we saw some lightning starting to happen. And then, yeah, it became a lot easier because we could sit back a little bit, try to get the remaining wyverns involved, and watch the show of lighting. At this point, I was still kind of worried because we didn't bring that many lightning wyverns, and I'm not sure like how quickly they would be knocked out by his special attacks and stuff. So, yeah, we're still trying to do as much as possible, shooting lightning from the distance, trying not to get hit ourselves, of course, by all the beams flying around. But yeah, around this point it was the turnaround, I think, where I started to believe that we might actually be able to do this, even though we didn't bring that many wyverns. And of course my friend, she spent a lot of time breeding these wyverns up, so they were pretty strong. Around this point though, the first of them started to get knocked out because of all these special attacks, and I thought this was game over, but you'll see they do a surprisingly good job of staying alive, even though there's like a ton of golems on there just trying to knock them out. I think a second one of the wyverns got knocked out here, and finally we lost one of our wyverns, but we were also very close to defeating the manticores. So even though we didn't bring the entire army that we had ready, luckily we still managed to do the thing, which is very exciting because this is my first time beating Scorched Earth, which is really cool. And so it is time to collect our reward and of course ascend from Scorched to Aberration. But yeah, well, unfortunately that's not out yet, so for now we'll stick around on Scorched a little bit longer, I think.
You continue to impress, Survivor. As you have grown in strength, I have been searching Helena's memories, finding what I have forgotten all these long years. Her friends, and the journeys they had. Was it all for nothing? No. It had to be done, so that one day you could exist. Together, you and I, we can put this right. You must travel onwards, Survivor, for your greatest trials are still to come.
So, that's how I went from squeezing water from a cactus to fighting a Mandy Whatsit in a ghost town.
Wicked.
Just goes to show, you gotta stay ready for the unexpected. And you always need to stick by the folks who have your back.
Didn't you say you tamed the wisps all by your lonesome?
Well, I had some help.
Oh, yeah. You still haven't told me where you met, you know, him.
Oh, wouldn't you rather hear that story from the big guy himself?
No way! Unlike you, he's got no sense of humor.
You just sit tight while your Uncle Bob thinks about how to tell this next part without giving nightmares.
But I like scary stories.
Hey, no, I was talking about it giving me nightmares. See, this is the point in our story where things get dark. Real dark.
Awesome.
I'm showing you around my modern tech base, pyramid, A-frames. It's got it all. It is a giant base that I've been working on, and I finally finished the entire outside of the base as well as the structural side of the inside. I still need to do some interior, but that will come soon. This isn't a tutorial or a showcase on how to build it. That will come soon as well. But for now, it's just showing you around this big base that I've been working on. And if you want to see the tutorial, I know a lot of people have been asking for that. I won't be making a step-by-step tutorial because there's no way that I'm building this thing for a second time just because of the sheer size. But I have recorded my entire process of designing and building this when I was working on it, so I will be making that into a video. Not quite sure how long that might turn out to be, but I'll try to make it as easy to follow as possible. So that will be coming soon, so make sure you're subscribed for that. And if you want to show even more support for my channel, consider becoming a YouTube member. Tier 2 actually gets early access to every new video I post. Okay, so here we are looking over my giant tech base. I definitely went crazy. I took it too far. Do not attempt this at home. But if you do, I will be sharing my full build video, so like a speed build showing the entire process of how I came up with the design, so you can try and follow along if you are crazy enough, because it took me a long time to build all of this, and that was in creative. So if you're gonna do it in survival, props to you. You're probably crazy, but if you do build it, please share some screenshots with me, because I would love to see yeah, you using this build, of course. All right, let's check it out. In the last video, of course, we already had this one side over here, the slightly normal pyramid with the smaller supportive pyramids as a foundation, and then the big foundation piece, which has now some indents to get some details going there. We have the giant A-frame on this side, which is a really cool big entrance, and it has a behemoth gate. That means that you can basically bring most, if not all, dinos into the base, which is great if you want to be able to get all your stuff easily accessible in your base as well. I still need to change some of the textures of the glass greenhouse walls to the more pretty looking one. Like this one, of course, is not what we want. We want what we have on that layer over there, but I haven't got around because I have to do it manually for each and every one of them. Now this is one of the new sides. It's the back side as well, so it's a little less special. We got two of these small beams going instead of the big beam we have on the other side, and a few windows. This is the most normal looking, the most pyramid looking side of the entire build, but I also made some space for a little train station here at the back, since my personal goal here on Scorched Earth is to connect all my bases with a railroad network, and we managed to do that here just fine, which means it's very accessible, very easy to get to. And then on the last side, we've got three smaller A-frames, different sizes, which makes for a very cool looking design in my opinion. The ones on the sides have the long staircases going all the way down, so you can access them from there with smaller to medium sized dinos. And then the middle one is just a balcony basically. You can still go in there with flyers, land your flyers there. And then here on the middle we have a big staircase leading onto the foundation part of the build. So you have all the upside down pyramids here with some rooms inside of them as well. You could use them as some kind of farms, breeding rooms, storage, whatever you want to do. Maybe have some snails in one of them, you know, some bees or penguins, depending if you're transferring or what map you're building this on. I think there's a lot of options and a lot of space here, also just to park some of your tames as well. And it's very easy to access all the sides. You can access the train station. You have the beautiful view over this canyon where I build my base, which is a really pretty location here on Scorched Earth. And of course on this side we have more access points. We actually have stairs leading off to the sides here, so you can still access and leave the base from this side as well. So yeah, it is a giant base. I don't think I need to tell you that again. It's really big, and I have done some work on the interior, mostly like the main structures, not the actual interior design yet. I will be doing that pretty soon as well. So yeah, we enter and we have so much space in this base. So this layer you have a lot of room, and it finally made a build big enough to be able to fit the cloning chamber, the tech cloning chamber. So that's the first thing that I placed down here to make sure that it would actually fit inside and that we build everything else up around it. And I also saw someone comment, how are you going to power it all? If you place a tech generator right here on the middle, it actually has enough range to power the entire base. I'll show you in a second. There we go. You can see it's in the middle of the main floor, so not the foundation but the main floor, and it powers the entire structure, which is really convenient. The only downside to this is that it is literally in the middle of the build, so yeah, you have to have it here. But in theory, you could place like a little room beneath this, I guess, to hide it in there. You would see that from the foundation level. But yeah, it's up to you. But if you place it in the middle, it will actually power the entire base, which is kind of crazy and kind of convenient for sure. So here we've got a couple of these beams as supports and structures, basically finishing the shapes of the main A-frames that we have on this side. And it just really helps creating some nice structure and supports inside of the build. Of course, here we got these side rooms as well, the little square rooms that we have on this side of the build. I decided to turn them into proper rooms just because it made a little bit more sense, because there was already a little bit of the structure sticking into the build, and this just means that you have some smaller rooms. Maybe you can use them as proper greenhouses or whatever you want to do. You can also see that we have a little division right here. So as you can see, we have the supports for the big A-frame here on this side as well. And in between the legs of this build, I placed down these walls with some large elevators to actually get you up to the next level, like so. So it easily brings you to the next level, so you can access that ring of the pyramid as well. And I chose to basically make those walkways only on the side, so I have the big space here still in the middle of the build. There's also normal stairs if you want to just go up and down by foot. This connects you to this walkway, which accesses a bunch of doors on the side to get you out onto the balcony bits of the build to the side, as well as the balconies here in the middle between the A-frames on this side, and again to the walkways on the side here as well. So you can basically go all around the pyramid like this. And then we got two more staircases right here leading to the upper floor. But yeah, you can see the supports of the A-frame really helping to make it look a little bit stronger and more supported on the inside as well. Then this layer, again, I have got walkways all around these sides, so you can access it all. You have access to the walkways that are on the outside as well. This is almost at the top of the pyramid. And yeah, you definitely still have some decent space even on this level. And then a little different here is that you actually have maybe some living quarters, your beds and spawn points, etc. You could make a little nice room here. I decided to make a floor in this part as well, not just having it open and be a balcony looking out on the main A-frame. But again, completely up to you. I think you'll definitely have more than enough space here, no matter the way you do the interior, because it's such a big build. You have a lot of room, and I do actually want to start decorating the base and actually make it into a proper base that has everything you need, like the ultimate tech base I built on the island. But this time it will actually have everything, because it can actually fit the cloning chamber as well as it can easily fit gigas and karchas inside. I probably only the titanosaur, that might be difficult. I don't know if they fit in these kind of things, but I mean, that's a special creature anyway. I think other creatures should easily be able to fit in here. You can definitely fly your wyverns in here, etc. So yeah, a giant base. This has been a big project, a very fun project of me just challenging myself, trying to build something very big scale and trying to make it look good. I like challenging myself, and I think it's almost a tradition now that at the end of a playthrough, at the end of a map, just before the next one comes out, I try to build a giant tech base, basically symbolizing the defeat of the map. You know, we've conquered this map. We've done the boss fight. We've done everything that we need to do here. And now we have a cool tech base to celebrate that. And of course, it being tech will help with the weather here on Scorched Earth. Normally, I would say you can easily also build it out of metal or any other different material that you want. But of course, on Scorched Earth, you'll have to keep into consideration that you might cook yourself on the inside. Tech or Adobe, of course, helps with that. I think you could definitely make a Adobe version of this, make it look less modern but more just as a proper pyramid. Very cool design. You could make it that way, and otherwise you'll have to place down a bunch of air conditioning units just to make sure you don't burn yourself alive. Today we're exploring a new dinosaur that has been added to the game. The first of the ARK Editions dinos have been added, and we're hunting the Ceratosaurus today on Scorched Earth. Okay, I'm here at my new super mega tech base that I've built, but there's actually a new dino in ARK. Two actually, technically, but the other one is only on the island because it's a water tame, so not really too interested in that right now. But there is actually one of the ARK Edition dinos that used to be mods. Well, they are still mods, but they are now officially in the game. And since I do not have any dino mods and barely any mods anyway on my playthrough, I'm actually really excited to see some of these dinos coming to the game. Eventually, I think we got all of them. But today, I'm gonna try and find a decent level one, preferably a male, and try to tame it. I know a little bit about how it works, like I just need to get it drunk, so I think we should be fine. Okay, I found a good level male right here. There are some RGs around that we kind of want to try and clear out a little bit so that we can do the taming. Okay, there we go. The taming can begin. So he's just gonna slowly get drunk of me. We kind of just need to tank. That is really all we need to do. So I brought my vessel sutures that I've bred up. So that should be plenty strong enough to do this. I've made a couple of these things as well so that we can have the effect for quite long. I think it's 180 seconds per little goblin drink, whatever it's called. Yeah, we should be good. This is a good fast so quite cool colors as well on this male, so that's good. I thought he had pretty decent stats as well. Not sure if we can take a look at him. Yeah, at least his melee is pretty good from what I can tell, so that's an exciting thing to look forward to. Already 20% drunk, so yeah, this is it, I guess. Well, we have to feed it afterwards, of course, but for now we just kind of sit here and let us be attacked by him. So you definitely do want to bring a somewhat tanky tame, although they are not doing too much damage, like about 7,000, but I think I got some damage from the RGs as well, so I don't think I want to leave the area too much, so I want to make sure that we kind of stay here where I think it's relatively safe. Just want to probably get rid of the hyenodons because well, I guess he doesn't get knocked out, so I guess it might be fine. I think the timer for my drink might be bugged because it says 0, but at least I still have the effect. That would be an annoying way for the tame to go wrong. So he's almost halfway there. Found a good spot now. I'm kind of just stuck against this metal rock We're at 60% as well, so all good, all good. Oh, nope, he's pushing me away now. Kind of don't want to move too much because I know this area is safe, but I also know there's a lot of potential rock elementals in this area, so don't want to be pushed around too much, just in case there's someone hiding somewhere here. Okay, he's 75% now, so he's definitely getting there. He's getting drunk for sure. Okay, we're getting very, very close now. So we're over 90% now, so just a couple more bites and he will be drunk enough for me to start feeding him. Very close, 1 or 2 more bites. Okay, so he should be fine. We can just easily feed him and he shouldn't be aggressive at all towards us. But of course, there are some things in the area that might be aggressive, so we'll keep an eye out on that. We'll have to wait until it's hungry again. But yeah, that's how you do it. So you just, you know, you make the little drink. The drink you do need some items for, like blood, and you need the venom pieces from this guy. So you need to kill a couple of them first before you can actually go around and tame it. But yeah, then it's a pretty easy thing. You just make it drunk and then you just feed it some stuff. I'm not actually sure what kibble it prefers. I just using the best one. But I think you can also just give him meat or stuff like that. Okay. I think one more feed and he should be done. They do look really cool. I'm so happy that they're actually coming to the normal vanilla game. Because for people that don't play with mods, this is really exciting. And these creatures are just amazing. Like, I love the additions. We have them on my community server where we do have some mods. And yeah, these are some of my favorites. So I can't wait for the rest of them to join us as well. For the center playthrough, I might actually just add all of them in. Just to have a little bit more of a variation in creatures on there as well. Since the center doesn't really have that many new things for us. There we go. We got another one of these in the pocket. 179. That's alright. That's alright. Stats are pretty good. Now I'm going back to base because I've actually managed to tame up a couple of females as well before I started recording. I just wanted to play around a little bit with them. And I had way more luck finding some decent females than the males. So I think we can start breeding some of them and see if we can get some nice colors together and some decent stats as well. There we go. Mission successful. Alright, we're back at base and we're breeding. As you can see, I've got some nice colors. These 3 are all females. I really like this color. That's probably the best one I've got. All pretty decent levels. And then we got a male right here. And hopefully we can get some nice bred up babies. There we go. The first one is born. Didn't realize they would lay eggs. But fortunately I have a hatching room just for this occasion then, I guess. I'll just wait for the other 2 eggs. Collect them all in one go. Yeah, they do look really cool. I love this darker color with the red accents as well. So we'll see what kind of combinations we're getting with the green of this one. Because I wouldn't like the green with the red, I think. That would be a little bit too Christmassy for me. But we'll see what we can do. We can make them breed whenever we want. Yeah, let's get this hatched in this little hatching room. My new base already coming in very handy. Alright, it's almost time to hatch. So there we go. We can see if we get some nice colors right away. Or if we need to wait and breed again. Ooh, that one looks like it's got the green. We got twins with the pink. And we got another green one, but with a lot more dark colors in there as well. That's pretty cool. All right, I've bred up some babies and it's time to see how good they are. They are pretty fun. I think they can also do like quick turn or something. Yeah, there we go. A little swipe and turn. So that's pretty good. And it does a lot of healing for itself as well. So let's see what that actually looks like if we can see the damage numbers. So we got some decent damage now. We were lucky that we got a pretty good male with a decent damage stat. And that we managed to get that on to these babies. So this one is the one with the pink spikes, which look really, really cool. And yeah, another great thing about these guys is that they just get quicker and quicker, like the rhinos and the bears. And yeah, you can really go quite fast on these. I'm guessing, especially once we get to the desert edge, when we don't run into stuff anymore. Yeah, but yeah, this is going to be quite a useful tame in my opinion. I think you can definitely use them potentially even for boss fights with the healing ability. Because I think the way the healing ability works is that it will also heal other carnivores in the area, so that you could potentially even heal your other tames, if I'm correct. I don't know. At least it will heal itself, so probably quite useful to do boss fights with. And yeah, they are rapid. If you get up to speed, they are super quick. So a very fun addition to the game. Very happy to see them in the main game, and I can't wait to see more of them. I know there's also a fish added to the game, but since I've long said goodbye to the island, I think I might save that one and hope it also comes to the center. I feel like it should definitely be there. But yeah, this guy is great, and we got some really cool colors on this one as well. I'll definitely be breeding up a couple more of these because I kind of want those red spikes that I had on one of them, because they look really, really cool. And yeah, who knows? We might even give the next boss fight on the center a go with these Sarah. With these guys. Because yeah, they're quite fun. Quite fun to use, or at least a couple of them, to see if the healing actually works. We're taking a look around the western town that I've been building. It's growing quite big, in fact. We've got a big central station for our train to arrive at. We got a nice main street full of custom shops and different building designs. We got a nice little church. We got a ranch on the outskirts, and much, much more. So let's take a little look and walk around town to see what we've got going on so far. So there we go. Today I'm doing a tour of my western town so far, because I'm going away on holiday, so it's a good time to show you around whilst I'm enjoying some time off. But we've built so much here already, and we're coming in right now at the train station. We see the little church here as well, and we are going to go right in here and park at our central train station on the map. We got 3 tracks here. The track 1, track 2, where we're checking in right now. And then of course we got the warehouse here. We got the train station. We'll all check it out in a little bit more detail in a second. Let's park it up right here, and then it's time to get going and show you around the town. Starting off, of course, with this little train design. I've actually got a tutorial up for the train if you want to build it yourself. It's right here. And then we got our giant central train station. We got a big warehouse or train station. You can use it as a train station as well. But for me, it's the Central Station Arkansas warehouse, which has been really fun to build. Actually, also a tutorial for this building. There's a bunch of those, but I'll try to mention it so that if you see anything you like, and I do have a tutorial on or a video on it, I'll mention it so you can look at that if you want to try and build it yourself or take some inspiration from it. Here we got the warehouse with a bunch of cool decoration, a lot of storage actually, and some of the decoration is also part from a mod called the Western Decor mod by Aaron Longstaff. It's a great mod if you're building western towns. It adds a little bit of extra things that aren't in the normal ARK DLC, just to give you a little bit more options when decorating places like these. And it's got a great little workbench that is placed right here. And as you can see, there's a ton of storage here, so you will never run out of storage, and it looks pretty good as well. And that you can all do with just the normal ARK stuff. Then in here, you could probably add a industrial forge here as well if you really want to use this as a base. But I've got plenty of storage. I've got some nice tables here to do some crafting, and then a little unloading area. It's supposed to look like that, and you got some more goods here, of course, and a pretty nice building. And then we have a little crafting zone here as well with a normal smithy and more storage. And then we can actually take this walkway, which takes us right over the train station. We can go to the middle platform if we want to, so we can access both of these trains. But we'll continue right on to track 1, where actually the main central station is. I also have a video on this building if you want to build this as your central train station, or just any train station, I guess, that you need. It's a pretty nice design as well. We got some trophies showing off here as well, and a little bit of extra room here on the side. It's also got a nice little interior here, a little waiting room, and then we got some staff room up here. Very simple. Of course, a lot of benches around here on the train station for people that are waiting to catch the train, of course, and adding in a lot of the plants from the plant pot and shovel that are part of the DLC as well. And if you're wondering about some of these custom signs that you're gonna see, those are done with the Scribbles mod, so if you want to have those, you'll have to have that mod as well. Now, before we head into the main town, let's check out the last little build that I recently did up here. I don't have a full tutorial on this build, but I do have a Let's Build video on it, so a speed build video, where I show of me designing this during one of my live streams. And yeah, you can follow along with that. But yeah, we've got a nice little church build here with a tower, of course, and you got a inside which I haven't decorated yet, but quite some room in here as well. So also a pretty nice building just to use as a base, I guess, if you like it. I might still paint it. I'm probably actually going to paint it, because that can really change the way buildings look, or feel at least, and you'll see that in a little bit once we get a little bit further into the town. Let's actually head down here, go into the main square. We're right into a western town now, and you can really start to feel the proper town feel. So we're right here in the middle, main square, where we have the saloon, which, well, you guessed it, I also made a tutorial about it. Actually, the first build that I did for this town, if you can believe it. We've gone a long way since, but yeah, it's got a little bit of interior. It's not lit up though, so it's quite dark, but yeah, just a nice cozy interior. I might actually redo this at some point using the mod that we have right now. I just haven't really had the time to really utilize it. We got a nice little sheriff here. Doesn't have any interior, so we're not going to show it. We got a nice wanted board with a lot of these custom wanted signs as well. We got some gallows that I built, and then gallows from the deco mod. Of course, they look a little bit better, but I think we actually did a pretty good job just using the normal ARK structures to build something that symbolizes gallows as well. Let's first go to this side of the town, because there's less buildings here. We got a little post office, or just a nice little shop for a town. I made a tutorial about this as well, so if you want to check that out, it could actually function as a nice little starter house as well. And then we got a big stables here. Well, not big, but big enough to house some of your tames inside. You can actually park up your horses or any other small to medium-sized dinos. You can have some dinos in the middle, of course. You can even park some flyers up there if you would want to. So yeah, it's definitely a nice little stable design to keep them a little bit safer as well. Then we got the jailhouse connected to the sheriff, hidden in that little alleyway. And then we'll continue along the rest of the town. But yeah, I'm loving some of these structures that are part of the decor mod, because it just makes it a lot easier. I do need to trim some of this grass and bushes away though, so you can see it a little bit more clearly. But yeah, we got a nice little street here. We got a bank, a general store, gun store. I still need to change the name for that actually. Oh, and I haven't even added this sign back in. This is the hotel. You can still kind of see it on that sign. We got a couple of these custom cards around town as well. And yeah, we got some normal housing as well. The general, and gun store here. with a little bit of decoration here on the outside. Nothing on the inside yet. And then we got the Undertaker as well. Yeah, I gave this a little custom name as well for the shop. And yeah, we got a bunch of decoration. I actually need to update this as well with the mod because we have more gravestones now to add. And then we have another little house right here. And then here on the side we have some extra stables. It's a cowboy town after all. Lots of horses need to be parked everywhere. And then this cart didn't quite make it to town. Just got destroyed before they got here. But yeah, I love this little like main street. It looks really good in my opinion. And like it's a really cool atmosphere here. It really feels like you're in a proper Western town from any game or movie. Like this is really, really cool. And yeah, I would love to have some cool shootouts in here. Would be really fun. Yeah, I also really like these because there's a lot of bunch of these ways to get to the back, and even you have some stairs to go up, and then you can be on this walkway again. So yeah, there's a lot of nice little connectivity in this build. And then this is a repeat of the post office just placed here for the tutorial build. But if we follow this way, we can actually just leave the town, but there's still some cool builds here as well. This is where I'm building the ranch. I need a good name for this ranch, by the way. So if you know a good name for the ranch that I'm working on, please let me know in the comments and I might add it once I start working on it again. But of course, when I get back from my trip, I'll probably first jump into the center a little bit. But I do still have plans to finish this project in the long run. So we'll definitely get back here, even though I'll have the center to play as well. We got a little farmhouse for the ranch here where you could live. It's a quite nice design. Don't have a tutorial for this, but I do have a let's build video for this again. So if you want to know how to build this, you can follow along with that speed build. We got some of the modded items here as well. Really can see me taking full advantage of them here. It really adds a lot of life to these Western themed builds. Got a little outhouse here as well that you can actually use. You can actually sit in it and it's a proper little toilet. So looks really, really cool, and it's just a nice way to decorate all these Western themed buildings. And this actually has a pretty amazing view of the center of Scorched. And then here we have a big barn for all your dinos, and I did make a tutorial about this one. So if you want to build this for yourself to keep all your dinos safe, you most certainly can. And if you paint it, it looks like a proper barn. Like this is exactly what I had in mind when I started building it, and I think it turned out pretty damn great. Let's enter it a little bit. There's so much room on the inside. You could decorate this in a whole bunch of different ways. I've gone for these smaller tables, but depending on what kind of themes you want to keep in here, you can of course change those out. But in the middle as well, you have a bunch of space for like wyverns and bigger tames that can easily fit inside, of course, since we're using behemoth gates. And then upstairs you can actually park some flyers as well. So it's a pretty complete barn where you can basically have all of your tames together in one place and relatively safe as well. And it's fully utilizing painting structures as well as, of course, the frontier skins from the DLC. But yeah, I'm really happy with the way this Western town is coming together. It's something quite different than most of my other build projects so far. Usually I've really just been building like proper ARK bases. They still look good, but they were always more aimed at actually building a proper base that you could use. And this is the first project that is more aimed at just building a really cool town in ARK. But imagine living here with your tribe. How fun would that be? Everyone having their own house, everyone running a shop maybe, for supplying some stuff for the tribe, having trains to ride around the server to different outposts as well. Like, just seems really, really cool if you could do that. So yeah, if you want and you have been inspired by some of these builds, there's a couple of videos out there to show you how to build them. We actually have one more little thing that is added to this town that is quite hidden. And it's mostly made to be seen for once you're coming in with the train and you look to the side, you see a little structure there over there in the shadows. It's a little abandoned mine shaft that's supposed to be out of use now, but you can see the little train track ending because they've decommissioned the place. And then we got this wooden structure and little hallway. Obviously, we can't really landscape in ARK, so we can't go any deeper. But this is just supposed to be a little hidden detail for the town. A little hidden old mine shaft that has since been abandoned. At my western town, and more specifically at the church, which was one of the latest additions that I built here in the town, and now I finally got around to painting it in the iconic colors that I wanted it to be, so it looks even more appropriate for a setting like this. And I also decorated a little bit around it, added a little graveyard out there, and did a little bit of the interior, as well as I made a few changes to my main street. And yeah, I want to also talk about the future of this western town in this video. There we go, we're here in the western town on Scorched Earth, and yeah, there you can see my church painted all white and the roof in charcoal, I believe that is. So yeah, this was the iconic picture that I had in my mind. It's like similar to a church from a game that I used to play a lot, which is on Showdown, and it's just a very common way for like these western type churches to look like. So I think that turned out really, really nice, and the paint job definitely changed a lot of the whole vibe and just look of this church. So definitely happy with that. And then I also added a few of these custom signs into my main street. You might know I host a community server with all the 3 current maps, and one of the players on there, Wild, makes these amazing custom signs which you can use with the Scribbles mod, which lets you customize signs, hide them, and add images to them. That's how you get these cool custom signs that he makes. So we got a couple. We got one here. I thought is ARK, which is the name, of course, of this town, named by one of you. And then we got a couple of custom signs. Some of these are references to players that play on my community server from our Western Community Hub there. So yeah, we got a custom sign for a diner. There's no interior, so yeah, just signs. We got the Undertaker, of course, that does have a little bit of decoration here on the outside. Oh yeah, actually named this Larry and Sons because Larry was one of the birds that we had, and he mysteriously disappeared. So yeah, now he's forever here. And then we got a normal sign that I already had, which is also using scribbles, hiding the sign and then having the drawing paper behind it. We got a hotel there. We got the Dino Den's general store. We got a bank here. And then we've got our saloon, which got a really cool sign as well. Really like that. And then we got the Sunset Sheriffs, which is the name of the tribe on my community server that I'm a part of. So yeah, that's the sheriff's office, of course. And then again, the town sign a little bit bigger as well, which I think does look really, really nice. And I think that's all the custom signs I have here. I probably should close these doors because there is dinos in there, and I do not want them to be attacked whilst I'm hanging out around here. So yeah, that's of course Main Street. And then let's just do a little look around before we end up at the church. We of course have the little wrench over there, as well as one of my favorite builds, my big red barn. I really like the way this turned out. I do have a tutorial for this, and this is probably, yeah, one of my favorite builds here on this map. And I think it actually makes for a really good dino storage place because it's pretty damn big. Behemoth gates on both sides, plenty of space for all sizes of dinos. So yeah, definitely a good thing to have in your playthrough. Let's get back into town and let's go up to the layer of the train station to go and visit the church. So yeah, of course, this is where my main central train station is here on Scorched. One of the questions that I wanted to ask you guys in this video is whether you still want me to continue building in this western town. Do you still want to see more builds here, finishing off the main street and the whole town and working on the ranch in the back, stuff like that? Do you actually want to still see that? Or maybe what my other option was is down the road on one of the bigger maps, maybe Ragnarok, I might do more western builds and build another little town, because I definitely think I could already improve on a number of these designs here. So yeah, let me know if you want to see more. If you do want to see more, make sure you like this video so I see that people are actually interested in still seeing some Scorched Earth and western content from me. And then here we go. We have the nice white church all painted up, so everything is painted white, and then the roofs are painted charcoal, which really gets the nice contrast going. I really love the look of this. I think it looks great. This is exactly what I envisioned when I was building this church, and yeah, it turned out really, really nice with this new paint job. Then we do have the graveyard here using the normal gravestones that are in the game, and as well as some gravestones from the Western Deco mod by Aaron Longstaff, which is amazing if you're building in this style. So yeah, we got Rip Momo, which was my first Jerboa, and then we got Rip Momo the second, we got Rip Momo the third, and then we also have Rip Momo the fourth, and then last but not least, Rip Larry, unfortunately. Yeah, that was a real turn of events, wasn't it? You were expecting another Momo, but nope. Momo the 5th is still living, as far as I know. So, yeah, little graveyard here. Nothing too special. Just a bunch of these different variations that are in that mod pack. Just to add a little bit of something on this hill. I wish there was, like, path blocks that we could place. That would be really nice to make a little bit more of a road here, but still pretty decent. And then we got some coffins here, you know, ready for whatever is coming, and then we got a card with a coffin in there in the field as well. Got a bunch of hitching posts here in the front of the church. I probably should get rid of a couple of these rocks so that the road is a little bit clear, because now it's quite difficult to get to this church. That's probably why there's a wheel broken off here, and probably also why there's a broken card there, because there's just too many rocks down here, which yeah, definitely not great for traveling. And then here we go into the church. So yeah, this is all using the deco mod, Western Deco mod of Aaron Longstaff, to decorate this as a proper little chapel. So we got a bunch of crosses, we got these typical benches, an altar, of course, a piano here as well, and then some places to pray and everything along the side as well. So yeah, just nice and simple little interior, but I do like the way this all turned out. And then I think there is a way up to the top of the church as well if you want to. And you can see, besides the bell that we already have, of course, in ARK, I also have now a decorational bell here on the top of the tower as well to really finish the look of this place. So yeah, I'm really happy with the way this turned out. I definitely think this is a pretty cool looking church. I do have a Let's Build video, speed build of this build up on the channel if you're interested in trying to replicate this yourself. But yeah, I think so far I'm really happy with the town that we managed to make in the little time that we had on Scorched Earth, because I mean, we had like 2 months on Scorched before the center released, but of course I left on my holiday right around the ending of Scorched Earth and then missed the launch of the center. So yeah, we didn't have that much time, but we still made a pretty fun western town. So again, the choice is up to how this video is received. If there's a lot of interest in me continuing this and finishing the western town with a couple more builds and finishing up the ranch, making sure it's all like nicely tied up, let me know and I'll consider continuing it. And otherwise, I will definitely build another western themed build in the future, I think, but then maybe on a different map, like for example Ragnarok. Feels like a great map to have places everywhere in all the different biomes and do a bunch of different styles. It's going to be a map that I'm going to keep around for a long time because it has so many different biomes and so many different cool places to build at. So might do that. But again, if this does well and you want to see still some more Scorched building, let me know down in the comments and I will consider it for the continued future here until we get to Aberration, probably, because of course then we're gonna have plenty of cool things to do down in the underground there, because I mean, Aberration is amazing. Can't wait to see that, and I can't wait to have another building skin, because of course for Scorched Earth we got this frontier skin that we're now using all over this town, but with Aberration we're supposed to get a like steampunk inspired building skin, hopefully, and maybe some decoration pieces again as well, like we got here. That would be brilliant, and I can't wait to see what those are gonna look like and what kind of things we can build with that, because the frontier skin has definitely been one of the best additions to the game in my opinion for builders, because it adds so much. It's such a nice wooden texture that you can even use for other builds besides Western stuff. But yeah, it was so fun to finally have an extra building structure block material without having to use mods, of course. Yeah, really like it. So anyway, that's going to be it for today's video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.